Thank you so much for watching the show. It's the 22nd day of January 2025. Another day for general elections to vote for district local governments. That is district city chairpersons, Lord Mayor, mayors, and councillors here in Uganda. One that we emphasize you and encourage you to go and actually vote for your local council leader. My name is Julie F. Nantaba. You are watching UBC TV. We come to you live from Nile Avenue. It's about 24 minutes on to 7 a.m. Standard East African Standard Time. That is Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. And this is Good Morning Uganda. UBC TV here to inspire you. I am with Robert Chirabo Nyonyintono and John Moronjo. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Julie, and a very good morning to you, viewers. But the people using Busega roundabout, that is Mitiana Express, Masaka Road, and Nalukolongo Natete side, expect some delays as you are approaching those routes because there is not really a roadblock, but there are military personnel who are diverting big trucks to use the one-way route from down Busega until this other side of Natete, around Busega Shell. So plan your journey accordingly. But away from that, we hope you had a fantastic night. And if all goes well, we expect the 12th Parliament to be sworn in on May 13th, 14th, and 15th. 2026 for the new members or for the continuing members of Parliament. And yesterday we saw the Deputy Director for Budget, Martha Bananura, appearing before the Presidential Affairs Committee, and she stated that the Internal Security Organization wants Parliament to grant them an additional shillings 218 billion in the 2026-2027 financial year to strengthen intelligence collection, upgrade cyber infrastructure, and monitor the implementation of the parish development model. She further said that the ISO's top priority is enhanced intelligence collection, which requires over 195 billion shillings, and yet the proposed allocation for the 2026-2027 budget stands at only shillings 118 billion, leaving a funding gap of over 76.9 billion, and the organization needs over 51 billion to improve technical intelligence, cyber infrastructure, and yes, it has been only allocated shillings 2.5 billion, creating a shortfall of over 49.06 billion.
Interesting at that. So thank you, John, for that update. Robert, good morning. What are you looking into this?
Well, the fact that today we are electing mayors for urban,
yes,
and of course district chairpersons at the district levels. Now I'm so excited to see in Kampala who will take the day, because we have Elias Lukwago, who has been there since 2011.
Yes.
Where Omulodi Chibuga, Engabo ya Kampala, retained the seat. He's now on PFF.
Yes.
And we also have NUP engineer Ronald Subuga Balimwezo. He was a member of parliament for Nakawa. Now here he comes for a bigger, that is to head the capital city of Uganda as the Lord Mayor. Will he retain? Remember these two areas, Lukwago and engineer Ronald Balimwezo, they're the main people. There's a tight race there between the two. Now we have Ibrahim Kasozi, who was a member of parliament representing a constituency in Machindye. He is on the FDC ticket. Here he comes for this race. Not so tight, but at least, and he's not been that very visible, by the way, in terms of campaigning. I don't know why. But we have Beatrice Mao, or Beatrice Mao. Now this lady, she's the wife to Minister Honorable Mao, who also won a seat in parliament.
MP elect, yes.
MP elect. Now she has campaigned I want to tell you, I've seen Beatrice Mau's posters, TikTok, TV, everywhere. The lady has really campaigned. She's on the DP ticket. We don't know if she will take it. She's the second lady in the race. We have Kizito Moses of NRM. Now this one, to be honest, I don't know if people even knew he was in the race.
I knew because I've seen the posters.
Okay.
But I have not seen him on
I've
ground.
not seen him on ground. I've
Yes.
not seen, which is not common of NRM. Because I remember last time they had Ragadi. His real name away from, okay, I've used
Daniel Kazibwe.
Daniel
I
Kazibwe.
think. Daniel Kazibwe.
But at least Daniel Kazibwe, you could see him campaign, despite the fact that he didn't take that day. Now we also have Nabira Nagai Sempala giving it a second shot. She was a woman member of parliament for Kampala for some good time. She came 2021 as a mayor for this position of mayor. She didn't do good. Here she is, but also she has not been visible. Now, out of these, we have those.
But
She's an
posters have been
independent.
everywhere in town.
Yeah, but you know, Nabira's style of doing things, because she has been around for some time, she would have at least public addresses, she would move through, she would have a hit song, you know. So this mayor race, I think I've seen Noop's candidate, Engineer Barimwezo, he has really campaigned. Omolodi has also done something there, and they used to have, I think, joint campaign, Sim and Sewanyana, Honorable Sewanyana, who was defeated, that is for the match India. But at least you've seen them.
And
Ibrahim
FDC
Kasozi,
has, that is for FDC.
Generally,
He has
the race
campaigned and,
is-
he's, by the way, good friend to Lord Areas.
Ibrahim Kasozi.
Yes.
Generally, it looks like the race is amongst three candidates. That is Beatrice Mao, Omolodi, and Engineer.
And Beatrice
But,
Mao is expected to cast her vote at around noon today, and that is at that is around Basevela. Yeah, I think that is. And then for the LC5, Ian Chene is expected to cast his vote at around 9 to 10.
Now, definitely,
Talk
we'll
about
get
Ian
into the
Cheyune.
we'll definitely
Ian
get into
Cheyune.
the
That
conversation.
man had a tough run.
He did.
One
he
time
did.
I remember he was
Showered
attacked
with
and
death.
showered.
But
But
we'll
he's a
definitely
committed
get
leader.
back to that story in just a bit, because there are more interesting stories that we ought to look into before we dive deepest into the mayor elections, rather, and all elections today. The first one being President Museveni mourning fallen educationist. Bitamazire saluted her commendable contribution to the successful implementation of pro-people education policies. Now, President Yoweri Museveni saluted former Minister of Education and Sports Geraldine Namirembe Bitamazire for her outstanding contribution to the development of Uganda's human resources. And during her tenure as Minister of Education and Sports, Bitamazire oversaw a critical phase in the rollout of universal primary education and universal secondary education programs. Surely, indeed, we've paid homage and tribute to her here on Good Morning Uganda, and we cannot refuse to indeed do that once again. At least for most of the millennials have gone through the era of Bitamazire, Bukenya. Those are the two names that have rhymed during our season. I don't know what you have to say, Robert and Joan. I'll start with you, Robert, to pick your 2 cents.
Well, for me first, I want to thank her. She's gone, but of course, as I pay tribute to her, because many of us have attributed her as Mama UPE, Universal Primary Education. And believe you me, many people have gone through universal primary education and secondary and have made it.
True.
Despite the criticism that comes in and all that, but you know, starting something at your time, the implementation, she's done great. But away from that, I also want to commend her as being one of the ladies that stood out as icons of the girl child. Yeah, when we have ladies we talk about in this country, live now that there are so many women, but they are the mothers, the likes of Rhoda Karema, the late Rhoda Karema. You talk about Geraldine Namirembe Bitamazire. One of the legends still living is Rebecca Kadaga. You know, the likes of Maggie Chigozi. Those women that even in school they would talk about while encouraging the girl child. Read hard. You know, fathers that were passionate about their daughters. You can see Bitamazire, she's now heading a whole ministry, you know, of education. So she's among those icons, the ladies that defeated all odds to study and make it through at a time when the girl child was facing so many challenges that the Julies and Joans have not faced. So these people, what they went through to inspire the great women that I have with me on set today, and the many great women that are out there, we take them and we celebrate them.
Indeed. John, your 2 cents.
From what has been spoken about her, I can conclude that she's been an amazing person. I saw the vice president of Uganda, Her Excellency General Jessica Alupo, and she said she's been a supportive mentor. Or when she became vice president, she urged her to always come back for mentorship, seek advice whenever she felt like she needed to be guided by her. And with what Right Reverend Anthony Ziwa, the Bishop of Chienda Catholic Diocese, said, she was not only in education or serving the nation, but she was also very instrumental in helping out in church programs. So she did not forget her faith. Even the children spoke so good of their mother. And I think her legacy will still live on, because most of her, who is the Minister of Education, for quite a long time. So I think we can learn a lot from her.
Right.
And the fact that she was a very humble person. She was down to earth. She never had a very big ego on her side if you sought help from her. So I think by that time, she was really a very instrumental person in promoting education policies that are benefiting Ugandans up to date.
Indeed, and she, well, as a teacher professionally, she served as a director of East African Railways and Harbours from 1971 to 1973, and taught at and served as head teacher of Tororo Girls School from 1971 to 1974. And as a teacher, Bitamazile taught girls about their rights as women and gave them practical lessons on how to survive in a patriarchal world. That was who she is. Know that she pushed them to defeat men or to be what they are not, as in become men or play roles of men that they are not created to be, but she empowered them to thrive in the midst of unfairness when it comes to the system of patriarchy. And I think that is something that we all applaud her for. Now, Parliament, of course, the other death that really shocked Ugandans, if you ask me, during campaigns as well, is the death of the now late Honorable Apollo Stella Isodo. Parliament yesterday did come to a standstill as members of Parliament gathered to honor the life and service of the late Honorable Apollo Stella Isodo, the former woman representative of Ngora district. Her passing has been met with deep sorrow across the political spectrum, with colleagues, constituents and party members remembering her unwavering dedication to public service, democratic governance and her steadfast principles. She had actually contested in this election, unfortunately lost, and that passed on probably a day after her results coming through. But Robert, speak of Honorable Apollo Stella, and what a bad timing, as life would bring things to an event.
Well, I've not heard the medical report, what the doctors say that really led to her death, but through ground search and some of the comments, it seems that, of course, the shock of defeat could have had an impact on her. And reality is, it's very sad, because even if these people are defeated, their presence, if they stay in terms of advising and mentoring, more so as a woman, mentoring other young girls, other ladies in that constituency to come up. So it's very sad. I can't say so much about her, because in Parliament I don't want to say that she's not been those very vocal roles that you can have so much to attach to her, but it's all I can say. It's very sad, very shocking. We pray that the Lord may grant her eternal peace, but also strengthen the family at such a trying time. We need also to be to prepare ourselves, I must say, when going in this competition. I want to say something. In 2021, shortly after 2021, I visited Butabika Hospital. I had a colleague of mine whose daughter used substances, a substance called, I think, ice. And
what is that?
It's a substance that now...
A drug?
A drug. Okay. So the girl went overboard and she was in rehab. But one of the things I noticed, though they protect it so much, I found very many losers in elections who are under rehabilitation. People, let's not take this thing simple. Some people lose elections, it can lead to death. Many go under rehabilitation because they don't believe what has happened to them. There is one I'm seeing on TikTok from some constituency. They are in Werona. You see that this person needs help, urgent help. So they're not easy things.
Indeed. Other stories to look into quickly: the treason and misprision of treason case against Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye, Haji Obed Lutale, and Captain Ola Denshi Oya has flopped due to the alleged poor health of Dr. Besigye. Prison authorities requested a Zoom hearing, which the defense opposed, arguing it would violate the accused's right to a fair trial. Court adjourned the proceedings, but also the other case that is rather one of interest indeed, the bail application of the executive director of the Center for Constitutional Governance, Dr. Sarah Birete, is facing challenges over the financial capacity of her proposed sureties. The resident state attorney, Joan Keko, also urged the court to dismiss the application, arguing that Dr. Birete had not demonstrated that Luzira Prison's medical services cannot cater to her health needs. These submissions were made during proceedings at Buganda Road Magistrates Court, presided over by Magistrate Winnie Nancha Jatiko. Now, there is a story on that. Let's take a listen.
The treason and misprision of treason case against retired Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye, Haji Obed Lutale, and Captain Ola Denish Oya case could not proceed this Wednesday after a letter from the Prisons Authority requesting virtual proceedings due to Dr. Kizza Besigye's ill health. Defense lawyers, however, strongly objected, stating that Dr. Kizza Besigye is not fit for Zoom trial and did not accept to it.
The Constitution commands that an accused person must be here personally unless they themselves dispense with that right of appearing physically, which is not the case. So definitely the proceedings are aborted on that account.
Prosecution led by Richard Billy Vumbuka didn't oppose the Zoom request, but he opposed the defense's objection.
The submissions of senior counsel do not apply under Article 28.5 because we are not, court is not dispensing with the appearance of the accused person before court. Article 28.5 only applies where an accused person.
All right, other stories to look into. Masaka Chief Magistrates Court has ordered a vote recount for the Kalungu County West parliamentary seat. The case presided over by Magistrate Herbert Asimwe follows a petition by Ismail Semakula, one of the candidates who challenged the election results, alleging vote rigging by NUP's Joseph Sewungu Gonzaga. And the vote recount is taking place tomorrow. But staying with matters elections, all is set for the Kampala Lord mayoral race scheduled for this Thursday. Today, Electoral Commission spokesperson Julius Muchunguzi has confirmed that voters will not use biometric voter verification kits in this election. Meanwhile, some candidates in the race say they are simply waiting for D-Day, expressing confidence ahead of time. Let's take a listen.
Voters will use the vote. The Electoral Commission has clarified that voters will use the voters register instead of the biometric voter verification kits in this Thursday's mayor and district chairperson elections. In an exclusive interview with UBC, Electoral Commission spokesperson Julius Muchunguzi outlined the preparations for Thursday's Kampala Lord mayoral race.
These are very, very critical elective positions because local government level leadership is very important, because it is at the local government level that the policies, the plans that are passed at the cabinet level, that come from parliament, find their actualization in terms of service delivery and implementation of government programs. And
similar to the most recent elections, Muchunguzi confirmed that electorates will use the voters register.
Voters will be able to be checked on the register and those that are registered voters at a particular polling station will be given the ballot papers to actualize their voter rights.
He urged the citizens to remain calm and maintain peace throughout the electoral process.
Number one, to conduct yourselves peacefully. Number two, to follow the guidelines of the Electoral Commission. Number three, not to cause any incident at the polling station that may disrupt the peaceful voting. Number four, not to participate in any violent acts that can intimidate voters from going out to vote for their leaders.
Contenders in the race include Erias Lukwago of the People's Front for Freedom, the incumbent seeking another term. Others are Ronald Balimwezi of the National Unity Platform, Moses Kizito Nsubuga of NRM, Beatrice Nambimao of the Democratic Party, also running on unity and grassroots change, Ibrahim Bilibawa Kasozi of FDC, and Nabila Nagai Sempala running as an independent, among others.
We have quite a number of power centers, but we need to work as a system for the benefit of the people in Kampala. I was able to work well under the leadership of the Lord Mayor, as mayor, and I scooped those international awards. Why can't he, or why can't anyone learn to work with other people? We have been losing 8 billion every year because of the infights in KCCA.
I have to think of land use and markets. I don't know who was given the license to build these boring markets. We need to build markets that are vibrant and better access. People can't access those markets. That's why you're seeing these hawkers on the streets, because they are bringing the goods closer to the customer. So we really need to change our city. Our city is so beautiful, better culture, better everything. We need to make these markets more vibrant.
The number of projections, the previous one wasn't implemented well, largely on account of want of adequate funding. We are starved of funding. Our projection was that by 2025, government would have remitted like 10.3 trillion Uganda shillings. Unfortunately, by close of the planning period, 5 years, they had only remitted 28%. So that's why our performance was below.
Several candidates pledged to prioritize the welfare of Kampala residents while working to modernize the city and enhance its livability.
The responsibility of the Lord Mayor to plan, strategize, and make policies for those people, all the people, the rich, the poor, the informal sector in Kampala. The person in charge for making strategies for them is the Lord Mayor. So that office is very big to strategize, to make policies, to help the people come from the poverty they are in. The unfortunate bit, we have seen no big strides made.
The issue of waste management is very important because, number one, it affects our environment. You saw yesterday too many buveras everywhere. That is not good. That is not right. And number two, I saw the city council, city people picking that garbage using their own hands, and it breaks my heart. There are certain basics, and there are things I know that those I can even deliver in my first 100 days.
One key area which also need serious intervention, solid waste management. It has been enigmatic, it has really baffled us, and it has bothered us for a very, very long time. Yet, we don't need to reinvent new wheels, because many cities have taken the journey we were embarking on of entering into a circular economy, whereby we have all this solid waste recycled. Kampala generates 2,500 tons of garbage every day, and the studies conducted indicate that we can generate 60 megawatts of electricity from this garbage, which can go into the national grid. Problem has been these obnoxious policies by government, whereby they wanted to purchase this.
It should be noted that the Lord Mayor is the political head of Kampala Capital City Authority, serves as the elected representative of Kampala residents at the city level, and he also chairs the KCCA council meetings. Amwae Vanjuko and Mike Bakabulindi for UBC.
All right, thank you so much for that report. And of course, we are taking a short break, but let's end it as a point of celebration to one of our own. Happy birthday to Mr. Edward Ganafa Bukenya, wishing you a day as bright as the memories you've built with Aunt Christine over the years. We've heard your journey started way back in 1983 with Radio Uganda. Cheers to decades of love, laughter, and adventures. May your special day be filled with joy, love, and all your favorite things. Happy birthday from all of us at Good Morning Uganda and the UBC TV family. With that birthday wish, let's take a short break. When we get back, we're having a conversation with the spokesperson of the Electoral Commission, of course, with the obvious, that is today's elections. Good morning.
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala, this is Good Morning Uganda.
Change, they expect to see their vision implemented in the country. So it's
in a minute, let's look at Kampala. NRM this time taking slots that places that were predominantly, for example, when we see Nakawa, Fred Ruhindi, when we look at Madina and Sedekuka, Kawempe, there are places, I want to recall another one, that you would wonder, these were so...
Here to inspire you, I am with Robert Chirabo Nyonyintono and John Moronje. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Julie, and a very good morning to you, viewers. But the people using Busega roundabout, that is Mitiana Express, Masaka Road, and Nalukolongo Natete side, expect some delays as you are approaching those routes, because there is not really a roadblock, but there are military personnel who are diverting big trucks to use the one-way route from down Busega until this other side of Natete, around Busega Shell. So plan your journey accordingly. But away from that, we hope you had a fantastic night. And if all goes well, we expect the 12th Parliament to be sworn in on May 13th, 14th, and 15th, 2026 for the new members or for the continuing members of Parliament. And yesterday, we saw the Deputy Director for Budget, Martha Bananura, appearing before the Presidential Affairs Committee, and she stated that the Internal Security Organization wants Parliament to grant them an additional shillings 218 billion in the 2026-2027 financial year to strengthen intelligence collection, upgrade cyber infrastructure, and monitor the implementation of the parish development model. She further said that the ISO's top priority is enhanced intelligence collection, which requires over 195 billion shillings, and yet the proposed allocation for the 2026-2027 budget stands at only shillings 118 billion, leaving a funding gap of over 76.9 billion, and the organization needs over 51 billion to improve technical intelligence, cyber infrastructure, and yes, it has been only allocated shillings 2.5 billion, creating a shortfall of over 49.06 billion.
Interesting at that. So thank you, John, for that update. Robert, good morning. What are you looking into this
Well, the fact that today we are electing mayors for urban,
yes,
and of course district chairpersons at the district levels. Now I'm so excited to see in Kampala who will take the day, because we have Elias Rukwago, who has been there since 2011.
Yes.
Where Omulodi Chibuga, Engabo ya Kampala, retained the seat. He's now on PFF.
Yes.
And we also have NUP engineer Ronald Subuga Balimwezo. He was a member of parliament for Nakawa. Now here he comes for a bigger, that is to head the capital city of Uganda as the Lord Mayor. Will he retain? Remember, these two areas, Lukwago and Engineer Ronald Balimwezo, they're the main people. There's a tight race there between the two. Now we have Ibrahim Kasozi, who was a member of parliament representing our constituency in Machindye. He's on the FDC ticket. Here he comes for this race. Not so tight, but at least, and he's not been that very visible, by the way, in terms of campaigning. I don't know why. But we have Beatrice Mao, or Beatrice Mao. Now, this lady, she's the wife to Minister Honorable Mao, who also won a seat in parliament.
MP elect, yes.
MP elect. Now, she has campaigned. I want to tell you, I've seen Beatrice Mao's posters, TikTok, TV, everywhere. The lady has really campaigned. She's on the DP ticket. We don't know if she will take it. She's the second lady in the race. We have Kizito Moses of NRM. Now this one, to be honest, I don't know if people even knew he was in the race.
I knew because I've seen the posters.
Okay.
But I have not seen him on ground.
I've not seen him on ground. I've not seen, which is not common of NRM. Because I remember last time they had Ragadi. His real name away from, okay, I've
Daniel
used
Kaziwe.
Daniel Kaziwe.
Daniel Kaziwe.
But at least Daniel Kaziwe, you could see him campaign, despite the fact that he didn't take that day. Now we also have Nabira Nagai Sempala giving it a second shot. She was a woman member of parliament for Kampala for some good time. She came 2021 as a mayor for this position of mayorship. She didn't do good. Here she is, but also she has not been visible. Now, out of these, we have those. She's an independent.
Have been everywhere in town.
Yeah, but you know, Nabira's style of doing things, because she has been around for some time, she would have at least public addresses, she would move through, she would have a hit song, you know. So this mayor race, I think I've seen Noop's candidate, Engineer Balimwezo, he has really campaigned. Omolodi has also done something there, and they used to have, I think, joint campaign, Sim and Sewanyana, Honorable Sewanyana, who was defeated. That is for the Machindye. But at least you've seen them.
And
Ibrahim
FDC has, that is for FDC.
Generally, the race is...
he's, by the way, good friend to Lord Areas.
Ibrahim Kasozi.
Yes.
Generally, it looks like the race is amongst three candidates. That is Beatrice Mao, Omolodi, and Engineer.
And Beatrice Mao is expected to cast her vote at around noon today, and that is at around Basevela. Yeah, I think that is. And then for the LC5, Ian Cheney is expected to cast his vote at around 9 to 10.
Now, definitely
we'll get into
the conversation.
That man had a tough run.
He did.
One time, I remember he was attacked and showered.
But we'll definitely get back to that story in just a bit, because there are more interesting stories that we ought to look into before we dive deepest into the mayor elections, and all elections today. The first one being President Museveni mourning fallen educationist. Bitamazire saluted her commendable contribution to the successful implementation of pro-people education policies. Now, President Yoweri Museveni saluted former Minister of Education and Sports Geraldine Namirembe Bitamazire for her outstanding contribution to the development of Uganda's human resources. And during her tenure as Minister of Education and Sports, Bitamazire oversaw a critical phase in...
My name is Colonel Banison Desderius Mande. I'm the Director Research and Analysis, National Counterterrorism Center. As we go into this electoral season, we all need to work as whole government, whole society, for people to talk peace and maintain peace before, during, and after elections. Uganda is for all of us. We need it secure. We need these elections free of violence.
Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
I am the Most Reverend Dr. Stephen Samuel Kazimba Mugaru, the 9th Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, but also Chair Council of Presidents for Intelligence Council of Uganda. It is your God-given opportunity to go and elect your leaders. Some people are wondering whether this is just a constitutional right. Not only that, it's a biblical mandate from Proverbs chapter 18, verse 18. The Bible says, casting a vote settle disputes. So casting a vote is biblical and it's God-given. Now I want to call upon all Ugandans. In the morning, wake up, go and vote, because it is your God-given mandate. But also I want to invite that people, everybody, we keep the peace, because peace is very, very important. We belong to different parties, but we are Ugandans. We should remember that voting or elections is just an event. It's a seasonal thing for this particular time, and once it's done, we put leaders in place, and then life must continue. No reason of hating, no reason of promoting hatred or even fighting. And I want to call upon the security agencies, please do your job of protecting the people, so that after the end of it all, we'll come back as Ugandans.
Tuongeye, let's talk peace. Live from UPC Studios in Kampala, this is Good Morning Uganda.
Good morning, Uganda. Thank you so much for watching UBC TV. Always here to inspire you. Today is the 22nd day of January 2025. Another day indeed where you are expected to go cast your vote for your local council leader. Today, the Electoral Commission is the day that was scheduled to vote for district city chairpersons, Lord Mayor, mayors and councillors. And this particular morning, we're having a conversation with the spokesperson of the Electoral Commission, Julius Muchunguzi, to just give us an update of the preparation and what we should expect, of course, as we look forward to going on to the polling stations to cast our vote. It's already 7 a.m., just about 13 minutes after 7 a.m., where you are expected to already be at your polling station. Be part of the conversation, 0709-602-592. My name is Julie F. Nantaba. I am with Robert Chirabo Nyonyintono and John Murunji. Good morning, Julius Muchunguzi.
Good morning, Joan, and good morning, Uganda.
Right.
You are right. It is already past 7. It is 13 minutes past 7, as I can see. And we should be expecting already that voters from across the country are already trekking to their polling stations, the over 50,000 polling stations across the country, to be able to elect their district chairpersons, to elect city mayors, to elect the Lord Mayor of Kampala, and to elect the councillors at the district and city level, as well as city hall. These elections are very significant. Local government elections are very significant because it is at the local government level that service delivery actually takes place. The budgets that are passed by Parliament, the programs and policies that are set by Cabinet and government get their implementation at the local government level. And chairpersons of districts, Lord Mayor, mayors are critical leaders at that level, and councillors that go with them are very critical because they superintend and supervise the operations of implementation of programs that help to transform the lives of Ugandans. And for that reason, that the Electoral Commission calls upon all registered voters from across the country to make sure that you show up today and go and elect your leaders at the district, city, and city hall levels. There have been some tendencies in the past where, after the election of president and members of parliament, citizens and voters lay back and say, we have done it, we are done. No, we are not yet done. And the Commission calls upon all citizens, all the voters that are registered to make sure that even in these remaining elections at local government level that are coming up starting with today, please show up, please participate, because your vote is your voice and it matters in electing leaders that will help transform the country in the next 5 years.
All right. As the Electoral Commission, you have prepared intensely for this season. And indeed, as you've rightly stated, these elections, those that follow the presidential and parliamentary elections, are not any different, in line with your intense preparation as the Electoral Commission. What are your expectations in the aftermath of today's elections?
First of all, I want to say that the staff of the Electoral Commission across the over 50,000 polling stations have set up, some are completing, many have completed, setting up the polling station. And what awaits now at the polling stations is for voters to show up, because as you know, the law says that voting shall start at 7 a.m. provided there are 10 registered voters at that polling station that are present to witness the opening of the polls. So make sure that at your polling station you are there to enable the opening of the polls with the presence of at least 10 registered voters at that polling station. So that's number one. The preparation in terms of logistics and distribution of all the materials was done overnight, and by morning across the country, most of these materials were already in place. So that's number one. We expect that the voters will conduct themselves peacefully, that the voters will follow the law and the guidelines of the Electoral Commission that have been given over time since the beginning of the elections, that the voters will be respectful of one another, that they will not involve themselves in any acts that disrupts the peace or disrupts or intimidates voters from freely coming out to choose their leaders at this level, that there will not be any use of digital platforms and social media to spread misinformation, lies, and fake news, that essentially we will ensure that this electoral process, the elections of today and the subsequent ones that are coming, will be conducted in a peaceful atmosphere that is tranquil, that gives the citizens, the voters, the opportunity to exercise their rights to choose their leaders as provided for in the Constitution. And that by the close of the polls close at 4 p.m. as you know, and but the law says that anybody who is in the line by 4 p.m. will be enabled to vote. The constable that is at the polling station will stand behind the last person in the line and enable those persons to be able to vote. We hope and we are looking forward to a peaceful process. But most importantly, we are looking towards and forward to a high voter turnout by all those that are registered to come out and show their full support of this democratic process by turning up and voting. But also most importantly, let me say this, to make sure that you do not invalidate your ballot. The tick, as the Commission has been training and teaching, is that you can either use a tick or a thumbprint in the box alongside the candidate of your choice, that box, the last box. Don't put any other mark in that box or anywhere on the ballot paper. Tick in that box or thumbprint within that box and follow your ballot paper and take it to the right ballot box. Don't write anything. Don't say I hate the others. Don't say our man or our woman. Just use the tick or the thumbprint to make sure that your ballot, your vote counts. Because when you do anything else on that ballot, you will have invalidated it or killed it. Intakukafu. So tetwagala bululu obufu nti lwakuba wateekamu ebiteetaagisa. Do not put in any other mark on the ballot paper apart from a tick or a thumbprint in the box alongside the candidate of your choice.
Now, also for clarification purposes, which duration, according to the law, must these results be declared? Because now we are going for, that is mayoral, district local councils. What does the law say? Within which period must the voters know who the winner? Must the Electoral Commission declare the winner?
First of all, the results will be declared at the polling station after tallying and counting. At each of the polling stations across the country, once the counting has happened, the tallying has happened, the first results from these elections, just like the ones of presidential and parliamentary, will first and foremost be announced at the polling station. Then the process of transmitting them to the tally centers, which are also distributed across the country, will then happen. Unlike, so for presidential, as you know, the law is very specific on the time frame. It mentions within 48 hours after the close of the polls. These ones have a more relaxed time lag, but again, still, they have to be in as soon as all the results have been submitted.
Muchunguzi, I would like to know, is it going to be the same case with the presidential elections and members of parliament? How many polling agents are allowed within the polling station for the various candidates, for the mayor and LC5 and councillors?
Each candidate is allowed two agents at the polling station.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. And we understand your time is really uptight and it's a busy day for you, Julius Muchunguzi. What would be your parting shots quickly before we let you go?
My parting shots from the commission is the call of the commission. The call of the commission to all Ugandans, to all registered voters across the country is don't stay home. Go and first vote. Even if you're going to work, first go to the polling station, cast your vote, and then you can continue to do your other business in the course of the day. You may return at the end of the day to witness the counting and tallying, but for now, if you are among the 21.6 million registered voters across the country, make sure that you go out and vote today. And also make sure that you vote in the subsequent elections at those local government level, because these are very critical. It is where, as they say, the rubber meets the tarmac in terms of service delivery. Your councillors are the ones that are closest to you. Your LCC chairperson is the one that is responsible for the project and government programs within the sub-county. Your LC5 chairperson, your mayor, your mayors, they are very critical leaders in the ladder, in the governance of the country. Go out and vote for them. Elect them so that you do not have any reason to complain after, to say that a councillor or a mayor or a district chairperson or a lord mayor or that I didn't want went through, or that the person I wanted did not go through because of your absence in participation in this process. Go out, vote peacefully, follow the law, and let Uganda continue to be united, peaceful, and progressive.
All right. Thank you very much, Julius Muchunguzi, for your time this morning. Wishing you a peaceful day, busy as it is, and may you maintain that smile on your face. All right, that is the spokesperson of the Electoral Commission, Julius Muchunguzi, who has been speaking with us and giving us an update of what the Electoral Commission expects from today and what is expected of all of us as citizens of Uganda. Parting shot was make sure you go and vote, because ideally at the end of the day, that local leader is the one that resides with you, nearest to you, and is responsible for delivering or monitoring the services that you need as a citizen of Uganda. It's not about the member of parliament. Yes, ultimately it is, but first, primarily, it is with that local leader. So it's important that you go and vote. I'll just engage John and Robert on this conversation. Starting with you, John, what do you make of it?
Of course, it's not so different from the presidential elections. The guidelines are more or less the same. It is just that here it is a local government elections, and then is a presidential and members of parliament elections. Please, if you're not yet at your polling station, endeavor to get there so that you are not denied chance for voting because you have arrived late. And of course, I implore you to maintain pace. It is very imperative of us the voters, the entire electorate, to make sure that there is peace and harmonization. Yesterday, the Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, Dr. Stephen Kazimba Mugalo, said, let's have reconciliation, let's have a peaceful environment for each one of us, whether you've lost or you've won. Remember, there are always two outcomes. You're either a winner or a loser. And Uganda will always go on with or without you. So let's keep peace at the polling stations. Let us respect guidelines and also orders. You know, people, Julie, at times do not want to listen to orders from security. And that is where most of the havoc orchestrates from, and you'll find that you are caught on the wrong side of the law. And please, if you're intending to rig any votes, the officials of the Electoral Commission are watching you seriously. So this is from that.
Indeed, and as we earlier told you the story, this time with these elections, the BVVKs won't be used. Indeed, during press time, Julius Muchunguzi made note of that, that the BVVKs won't be used. So you will be being confirmed, you'll be confirmed rather, with your voter, with the voter register, that is the manual voter register, which is the way that has been as always. Robert, what are your 2 cents?
Well, first, I want to urge Ugandans, please go out and vote. Usually, we know that there's a lot of voter turnout after you voted for your MPs and president. But unfortunately, or out of lack of not knowledge or sensitization, the most vital leaders you have are the ones you're voting today. Because these are people that are nearest to you, know your problems better. His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President-elect of the Republic of Uganda, in a village in Kapeka, Semuto, may not know the problems you're having in a parish or in a district. But the mayor, the district, the LC5 chairperson, the district chairperson, the councillors, therefore, that are being elected today, understand your problems better. And if you choose right, they can cause the change that you desire in your area even more than the president can, because he will take so long to know those problems. That is why you have decentralization and we carry out these elections. Now, lastly, allow me to speak to the youth. Young men and women of this country, once again we've gone to the polls. It's my humble appeal to you. I saw most of you put yourself in harm's way for particular candidates. Some of you now sustained serious injuries. Others, unfortunately, you've gone to be with the Lord or with the devil. Your parents are going to miss you, your children, your wives. The candidates that you are dying for and putting yourself in harm's way, if they won, they're going to benefit from the benefits of a member of parliament. If they lost, life continues. I was hearing a story, I think it's in Nakaseke. How do you attack a polling station? And you're put out of action. So today is another time to vote. Please and please cast your vote. Go home, wait for the results. These people you think you are die hard. I want to tell you, I've had so many friends who've contested in politics. Some, even when they get there, they'll never remember you. I'm telling you. They'll never pick even your cause. So don't do foolish acts.
Interesting at that. Now, yesterday we here on Good Morning Uganda, we did have a conversation with Eugene Gerald Semakula, the country director of Alliance of Mayors Initiative for Community Action at the local level. And some of the pointers he taught us was that which is expected of a mayor, especially your local leader generally. And he, many pointers, but he grouped them into 3. One, he's your political leader. So he's expected to lead in line with politics from the political angle of things. But also he has to be, or she has to be, a strategist, not just a political actor, but one who leads with a lot of strategy, one who calculates and leads with a lot of strategy. But also, above all else, more important to you is matter of implementation. The things that you need as a community, as an urban area or rural area, are they actually being implemented to satisfy your needs? And some of the nuggets he put out there when it comes to voting for local leaders was the fact that we get the leaders that we deserve. As a society. And he said that the leaders we elect are a reflection of our community. In other words, it's that important. In fact, he highlighted the fact that at this point of this stage of elections, it's not about political parties. At presidential and parliamentary maybe, but right now, it's about one's ability and merit. Can they actually work together with any other leader at the top to make sure that you get services? Are they shrewd in their character and nature? It's about their merit, and I think those were quite important highlighters to make sure and encourage you to go and vote. But in that same spirit, let's take a trip to the 2021 general elections in regards to the mayoral race of Kampala for Lord Mayor. Some of the contestants we had at that time, of course, Omulodi at that time was under FDC, Elias Lukwago. Nabila Nagai Sempala was under NUP at that time. Daniel Ragadi, in other words, Daniel Kazibwe, under NRM. Joseph Mayanja, who was independent. Charles Senkubuge, who was on the DP ticket. Kawoya Innocent, who was on the independent ticket. Michael Evans Mugabe, independent. Eddie Chibalama, independent. Yakubu Musazi on the ANT ticket, Isaac Sendagire on the independent ticket, and Ben Lule, who was on the independent ticket. Those were the candidates that contested for the mayoral seat in Kampala. I know, Joanne, I don't know if you have some of the statistics as to how they performed, but it would be nice for us to dig deep into that detail.
Oh, there were quite a number, I think something like 11 contestants, and I think there was only one female in 2011. Yes. But of course, the FDC candidate by then, 2021, who was Elias Lukwago, of course, gathered over 194,592 votes, and Nabila Nagai Sempala, who was under NOP, gathered over 60,082 votes. And Daniel Ragadi Kazibwe, who was the NRM candidate in 2021, had 23,388 votes, while Joseph Mayanja, that is Jose Chameleon, who was an independent, gathered 12,212. And Charles Senkubuge, who was an independent, got only 2,355 votes. And of course, the others followed. Kawoya Innocent was an independent, gathered 762 votes, and Michael Evans Mugabe, who was an independent too, gathered 522 votes, whereas Eddie Chibalama, an independent, had 490 votes, and Yakubu Musasizi, the one for Alliance for National Transformation, gathered 478 votes. Isaac Sendagire, an independent too, had 386, and the one who gathered the list was Ben Lule, who was an independent with 325 votes. I think, Robert, we can look at where the tight race is between who and who. Who do you think is in the lead
now, this time around, we must say, yes, Elias Lukwago. He's a hard nut to crack.
We look at the difference. Last time, he had over 194,592, and the person who came second had 60,082 votes.
One, he benefits from the power of incumbency. An incumbent has an upper hand. One, because you're known to many people. That is one. If you've been the Lord Mayor, why you should put posters and all that? Is you want every person in that voting constituency to know who you are, first and foremost. And when they get on the ballot paper, they're not confused. I want to tell you, for example, the councillors that are going to be elected today. People are going to get there and they know none.
Robert, so, does the power of incumbency really play a role? Because you might be an incumbent, but when you're not a favorite for the people.
The incumbent always has an upper hand in terms that is already known.
Visibility, maybe.
By the electorate.
Okay.
Now, someone can hardly miss that person if their intention was to vote for him.
Okay.
Whereas these newcomers may not be well known.
You know, I think it works like in media, repetition.
Yes.
Repetition.
Now it also, Lukwago has used so much power of showing sympathy and also pushing for Kampala. Now, that in one way, because his party has not really stepped foot. PFF just broke it away from FDC. We can't say that he's going to ride so much
on the party card.
On the party card. PFF has not yet sunk so much, so he's not going to ride on the party power. Now, he will have the power of incumbency and, of course, that he has been around. Now,
for the fourth term, actually, he's running for the fourth term.
Yes, for the fourth term, since 2011, if my memory serves me right. Now we bring Engineer Ronald Balimwezo. He's been a mayor, he's been a member of parliament in Nakawa. Now,
and also mayor.
And also, yes, so that he's also been around. But the unique factor about him, he has the strength of the party. You know, apart from his personal branding and all that, Engineer Balimwezo now comes on NUP. When we look at the just concluded elections for presidential and parliamentary, NUP fairly worked, much as NRM tried to have some pockets of victory. But when you look at all the divisions in Kampala and look at members of parliament in Kampala, NUP did so well.
It had 39 members of, that is Buganda. NUP had
we just want to look at Kampala because now we are looking at Kampala, the 5 divisions that make Kampala. Okay. That is Machinde, NUP swept. Go to Rubaga, NUP.
Okay.
Now come to Kampala Central. Okay, there we see that woman MP still NUP took. Then Kampala Central, woman MP Kampala, NUP took. Haja Misa Kabanda took. Hajat. NRM took, that is Kampala Central. Go to Kawempe, you know. You have Nalukola and, okay, Madina, the other side.
That is for Kawempe, not the Madina, yes. NRM for South.
Go to Naka. You see, NUP is still, so Engineer Ronald Balimwezo can ride on the party, plus his personal branding, and also remember that he has been in. That's why I attribute the two, that there could be a tight race between Engineer Ronald Balimwezo. Now, when we go to Ibrahim Kigozi, well, he's been a member of parliament, but even in his constituency, I think that's why he chose not to come back. He didn't sink so much. His coming in was hyped. It had a lot of investment into there because it's a neighboring constituency, so I would follow very well. Yes, does that? But he's not managed, even at his time in parliament. He's not been that very outstanding vocal person as he was before. Come to NRM's Nsubuga. NRM's, that is, yes, Moses Nsubuga Kizito. He could be a good candidate. But one, if you look at all the 5 divisions, now leave our own constituency, NRM didn't perform to top all of them. It had pockets. And usually we know, of course, history can be changed. But Kampala, if you're to look at all the 5 divisions, there's still so much work that NRM
but compared to the previous election,
yes, compared to the previous.
NRM has
but when you have these two in the lead, there are less chances of the NRM candidate taking that day.
If anything, I think there are more chances for the DP candidate than
the NRM candidate. Beatrice Mao, one thing she has done is she has perfected the art of branding herself. She's been all over the place.
Yeah.
She's used all social media platforms. She's even gone to entertainment. Let me tell you, she has had drives. She has gone even everywhere. She has been comedy store, a church, where at one time, but this lady, she's had huge billboards and everywhere. So I may not be shocked if she makes it to 3rd position.
Okay.
I may not be shocked because she has really done it. The only problem is that she can't ride on the party strength because DP in Kampala is no longer the strength of the party. Because for a candidate, you ride on your brand. How have you branded yourself? You ride on party strength, but also you may ride, if you've been an incumbent or had a political position before, on the fact that people are not going to wonder who is this. Right. They know who you are already.
Right.
Now we come to Nabila Nagai Sempala.
Yeah, we can move on, but we're staying with Elias Lukwago. I think even the factor of the Muslim community is one that he has as a stronghold for him, a positive stronghold.
But even Engineer Balimwezo is having the born again section.
But Kampala is really, has many, the Muslim community is strong.
Okay.
Yeah, in Mobasubuzi, you know, the Muslim community is quite strong.
I want to partially agree with Judy.
I feel that that's also an advantage.
Even we've had precedents set that Kampala for a long time has had representatives that in most of the divisions, these made so much. When you go to Mach Nyeruka Alhaji, Ali Mulyanyama, Zahara,
Luirika. Shamim,
Malende.
But even for the NRM candidates, I mean, now
Misa,
Kabanda.
Madina.
Keep in mind that the ED of the KCCA
so there is that, there is that to some extent as a political analyst. When you look at trend of things, you'll see that that factor has been there. However, for national growth and development, I would at the best of my all want to disregard it, but it's a reality.
Right.
Because we need to move away from voting people because of their religion.
Definitely so.
And you go to say, definitely
so.
In the 21st century, we need to move away from that.
Although it's still active.
But
still
practical on ground,
yes.
that is still playing to the gallery.
Let's look at the nature of candidates in 2021 versus the nature of candidates now that we have now. If you compare and contrast, in 2021, of course, there was the noob factor, there was the entertainment factor across the political spectrum, the entertainers getting into politics. This time around, it's not been as thick as it was then. And this time around in the mayoral race, I don't think we have anyone from the entertainment scene into...
No.
Yes, most of them are pure politicians. What are your views on the nature of the candidature then versus now?
I think this time around, the candidates are more of political oriented than previously when it comes to entertainment. And of course, the party card, especially for NOP, might play a big role this time around. Because remember last time we had Nabira Nagai under NOP, and of course she couldn't secure, whereby everyone thought that the NOP card in central Uganda would play a very big role to the success of so many candidates. But we saw the Lord Mayor Elias Lukwago under FDC come and become the winner of the mayoral race. So currently, I think maybe the people from the entertainment sector decided Kampala is not for us. Because we've seen Ragadi give it a lot and so many attempts, and he would not succeed. And I think they must have sat down and thought with their parties, for Kampala to win, okay, they love entertainment, it is a very vibrant city, but when it comes to politics, Kampala is not the way to go, because we've seen other areas whereby musicians, comedians, actresses have won these seats. For example, Swengere, Geoffrey Lutaya, Hildeman previously. And now, should I say they've opened up their hearts? Oh, maybe the voters have not benefited a lot from these entertainers. I saw Swengere mention about what he's going to make sure is enforced, the copyright law. And I'm like, so many candidates, so many winners have come from their constituents promising the same. And what happens when they get to parliament? So I think this time around, the candidates for the mayoral race are more political oriented than the entertainment side of people.
Right. Robert, what are your 2 cents regarding the nature? I want to say
that the Lord Mayor, Elias Lukwago, had not gotten someone to give him a good run for his money.
Yeah, I know.
When you look at Daniel Kaziwe, the Ragadi candidate who was NRM, politically, he was a candidate in the race, but you couldn't put him
as a political brand.
As a political brand to tussle it out with Elias Lukwago. It was a smooth sail for Elias Lukwago.
Especially for Kampala Lord Mayor.
Now, when you come to the Nabira Nagai Sempala, remember, in 2021, if you remember very well, NUP gave Nagai a ticket, I think a week too.
Yes, because it was first Latif.
I'm telling you. She had, after having issues in FDC, remember, then she became more of not a rebel MP, almost, was it just out of the party? She had issues. She wasn't the very best candidate. NUP fired by giving Nabila, by then, the ticket. A week too, someone says coming to Joseph Camillion, Latif, there was confusion, then finally, Bwah, Nabila Nagai Sempala. And many were even complaining, this is a person who has just left FDC. How then are you giving her the ticket? So he didn't have a person I don't want to, I'm tempted to use the word a serious contender or competitor. Now, this time around, here comes Engineer Balimwezo, a person who has the power of that party, being dominant in Kampala, but also the brand of Balimwezo. He's been around first and foremost. The type of Nakawa feel he did deliver. He has seriously campaigned.
But also, I think the other brand that Balimwezo puts across is he's a people person.
He's a people person.
People love him despite of the party.
Yes,
NRM,
because he's been hardworking.
So he also has that power.
He has served. He's been hardworking.
If there is anything, I want to say this is the time that Elias Lukwago has gotten
a serious competitor.
You know, in boxing, I'm told, I'm not so much in sports, Ruben can help me where I've gone wrong, but I'm told that you must be of the same weight. I don't know if that is right, for you to go in the same ring. So we've been having a heavyweight flying, is it called flyweight or something like that? But this time around, I think they're of the same. You can hardly, we leave it to the voters, but these two, Lukwago this time around has a person who's going to give him a good run for his money.
Right.
And of course, the people of Kampala in the 5 divisions are the ones that are going to be the judges here.
Surely,
take
indeed.
It on, yes.
And as Julius Muchunguzi mentioned, that results are declared right there and then. So clearly, by the time that day ends, we shall know, probably know.
Julie, Kampala is funny.
Oh,
Karamoja, they can announce. Masaka, they can announce.
But not for Kampala.
Kampala sometimes it is unique. Last time for members of parliament, I think Narukura was the last to be announced. But almost we had gotten results even from the extreme corner. Who has won.
But it depends on the number of voters at the
yes,
polling
that's why I
station.
said.
There's so many factors.
That's why I said
play
Kampala
to
is unique.
this.
But also don't forget this, that most of the voters, Kampala's voting population is not so big, because most of the people who vote in Kampala, most people you see in Kampala don't
over
vote in Kampala.
4.5 million
5
people
million actually.
in Kampala.
They're 5 point something.
So, given the technology and distance, you would think these are things that come in very fast. But we wait and see, but I highly doubt. We may have to sleep over and receive the results.
Generally, by the time we are into Saturday, we will know who the Lord Mayor of Kampala is. Well, it's the election season here in Uganda, and as UBC TV, we're bringing you all the action, all the stories as they unravel, all the events. It's about 12 minutes to 8 a.m. We hope you are already at that polling station and watching us live, because at least other sites like YouTube, you're able to watch even without VPN, where you can follow us and be part of the conversations as you wait to cast that vote. Let's have a short break and we'll be right back.
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala, this is Good Morning Uganda.
Pick of the day on UBC.
He expected me to die like within the first 2 years.
Out of the blue, the child will get pains, especially in the wrists. And this happens commonly when children are starting to walk.
Was brought to you by
I'll call you every day, yeah, yo, baby, don't know.
You can now get all the Chibuzi out with MTN voice bundles. Call all networks, Kubei Dondoro. Buy a 25-minute voice bundle for only 1,000, or buy any daily voice bundle of your choice. Dial *100 *21# and select daily, or use the MyMTN app. When we talk together, we are unstoppable.
Exercise can't be sustained. Eating can't be stopped. It's even harder to lose weight. Come and give it a try. Genshikang L-carnitine chromium capsules, plant extract, scientific ratio, take 3 capsules each time. The active ingredient accelerates fat burning, twice a day. Don't take a detour. Weight loss starts now. Ginshikang L-carnitine with chromium capsules helps you stay in shape. Please follow medical advice when taking this product. For more information, visit our website www.hgo.com or call 0800 335555.
NRM Liberation Day is celebrated every year on 26th January. It marks the historic day in 1986 when the National Resistance Movement NRA-NRM, led by Yoweri Museveni, seized power after a 5-year guerrilla war, overthrowing the previous government. The day is a significant milestone in Uganda's modern history, commemorating the country's journey towards stability and self-determination. On Monday, 26 January 2026, under the theme, Tribute to the Patriots Who Ushered in a Fundamental Change, the nationwide ceremonies and military parades reflecting the NRM's emphasis on unity and development will take place at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds. Join us for the live broadcast as we shall relay the activities of the day on UBC TV.
My question is, what is the difference between rental tax and income tax? How comes I'm paying both taxes on my own premises? If you want to have a tin, but you are not making any income from your business, you should take on the obligation to continue filing your nil return.
Commissioner General, to invest in taxation. When people understand taxes and they know the importance of taxes and they know the fair assessment of these taxes they're supposed to pay, I think everybody will embrace taxation.
As banning groupage cargo, clearance protects small traders who cannot afford to import full container loads individually and rely on consolidation to remain competitive. Cargo to come in groupage is consolidation, it's legitimate, and we can't ban it. What we have banned, or what we have stopped, is the use of container leaders. Now, Fiona, the good news I have for you is that among the new tax proposals,
Now you can get direct answers. Send your tax-related questions via WhatsApp or SMS to 0790-141-887, and the Commissioner General of URA, John Musinguzi, will personally address them. Tune in to UBC News Tonight every Monday and Wednesday for expert insights and clear explanations. Booza Commissioner.
Let's talk peace.
As we go into the final lap of the electoral campaigns and into polling, we are calling upon all the people of Uganda to conduct themselves peacefully. First of all, the candidates, we call upon you to use suitable language that shows respect and tolerance, and language that promotes peace and unity, because we are all Ugandans and elections should not divide us. So we call for language that is respectful of people's cultures, people's views, and is tolerant, because we all have different views, but we all want to have a very, very united country, Uganda, and a progressive one at that. So we are calling upon you to conduct yourself peacefully as we go into the final days of the campaigns, and on polling day, to respect the views of others and to accept the results of the elections, and know that after the elections, there will still be a Uganda, and we need each other as citizens of Uganda. I wish you a peaceful electoral process, and I call upon you to be peaceful. Peace-loving Ugandans. God bless you.
Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala, this is Good Morning Uganda.
Good morning, Uganda. This is UBC TV that you're watching. My name is Julie F. Nataba, and today is the day that Uganda elects its district chairpersons, city chairpersons, Lord Mayor, mayors, and local council leaders. And that's why it's a conversation that we're centering on from different angles. But at the end of the day, encouraging all of us to go cast our votes, because local council leaders are actually closest to us, and indeed it's where service delivery comes from. I will say it again in the words of our guest from yesterday, that is Eugene Semakula, who said that your leaders are a reflection of your community, and you get the leaders that you deserve. So for every leader that you have, it's because you deserve them, and it's a choice that you made in some form or shape. Now, this morning we're looking at indeed the general perspective of local council elections, and we are having the conversation from a voter educator perspective. Godfrey Wavamuno is a senior consultant at 3N Consultants, and he's also an election expert who's here to speak into this matter. What you must know as a voter. If you're not yet at the polling station, learn a thing or two, so that by the time you're there, you are very well empowered to cast your vote. If you are at a polling station and you're able to access the internet and watch us via YouTube and online, that is, still use this time to learn a thing or two and be empowered to cast your vote. It would be nice to also hear what experience you're facing at that polling station. Generally be part of the show. 0709 602 592. Good morning, Ovamuno.
Good morning, Julie. Thank you for hosting us. We have really moved a long journey with Julie and other staff of the UBC. We are grateful for the work, their input, and particularly Julie, with whom we have really interacted since we started this voter education.
All right. And it's an opportunity I also want to use to welcome you back from the presidential and parliamentary elections. I understand you're on ground as an observer, and the experience of it must have been quite something, but altogether, welcome back. Now it's the time for local council or local government elections. Let's start off with what you see or have experienced in regards to ground talk. What you think citizens are like? Do you think they are motivated for these elections this time around? Do you think they are informed?
Oh, sure. Thank you very much, Julie, for that one. Those of us who managed to move to various places at a time when presidential and directly elected members of parliament and women members of parliament, yeah, we interfaced with so many voters. They were excited. They reported very early to their polling stations, and those who had the slips, the voter allocation slips, moved in early, and some with their national IDs. It was quite okay. Just a few hiccups which came when the BVVK equipment were delayed, where in some cases they failed to do what they were supposed to do. But for the voters, they were excited. They really moved in big numbers, and they moved very early. So the experience, we hope this time around also, they will go to their stations. Maybe some are already there. They must have started voting right now.
When we look at voter turnout, as a voter educator, in your experience, and compared to the last election cycle, what are you expecting from this voter turnout?
The last election cycle, indeed, there were a few voters, but fewer than these ones we are seeing in this cycle. So I expect again quite a number of voters to turn up in big numbers and vote their district chairpersons, city chairpersons, or city mayors, lord mayors and mayors, and even district councillors. So I expect quite a big turn up, because these are the leaders actually who are directly in connection with the voters in their from the grassroots level or in their localities. So I expect quite a good number of turn up of voters.
You're not actually any different, indeed, from even the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission just told us this morning, as by Julius Muchunguzi, that an expectation of a higher voter turnout is on board. Let's look at first-time voters, those who cast their votes for presidency and parliamentary elections for the first time, obviously looking forward to voting for the first time their local leaders. What should they expect when they get to the polling station for this time round?
Voters who have managed and who have rushed to go to their polling stations should expect to find already laid out polling station where they will be guided by the officials of the Electoral Commission, and they will find definitely a polling constable who will guide them to the table where the presiding officer will be. Now, it is this providing officer at that table who will verify you using, of course, the national register. This time around, we're not going to use the BVK. People are going, you report to the desk, you will be guided. Of course, you will not crowd around it, but you will be in a line, move as guided by the polling constable to the table. Now, at the table of the presiding officer, they will verify your name and you and the national register at that particular polling station where you vote from. Now, from there, after verifying that you actually are on that polling station, you are on that national register at that polling station, the presiding officer will issue with a ballot paper. Depending on, because here we are voting for district chairpersons, we have also cities. I think there are over 10 cities, city mayors, and then the councillors. So now, if it is the vote, if it is the chairperson of the LC5, then you will be given that ballot paper where the names of the aspiring candidates for that particular position are, and then you will move to the basin, tick the person of your choice, and then fold lengthwise your ballot paper, and then move to cast in the ballot box. Then you will proceed to voting the district councillor of your choice. Of course, by this time, we feel that you must have, those people must have met you wherever you stay, wherever you are. They must have finished their campaigns, and now it is voting. You will move to that desk. After getting that ballot paper for the councillor, you proceed to the basin, then tick the person of your candidate of your choice, then move to, if you are not ticking, then you can use a thumbprint, depending on, because the thumb pad will be there, the pen is there in the basin, you tick and proceed and cast, also folding your voter ballot paper lengthwise, and then you cast it right inside the ballot box. Then from there, you will proceed to the exit. Before you exit, there will be a polling assistant who will mark you as a person who has already cast the ballot, so that you don't do multiple voting. And then that's how, and then from there you move, you can move back to your place of work, and then maybe return in the evening just to see the counting.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Godfrey Wavamuno. We're having a short break, and when we get back, we're continuing with this conversation. What must you know as a voter
going to participate in the local government elections. Stay tuned.
Exercise can't be sustained. Eating can't be stopped. It's even harder to lose weight. Come and give it a try. Genshikang L-carnitine chromium capsules, plant extract, scientific ratio, take 3 capsules each time. The active ingredient accelerates fat burning, eat twice a day, don't take a detour. Weight loss starts now. Genshikang L-carnitine with chromium capsules helps you stay in shape. Please follow medical advice when taking this product. For more information, visit our website www.hgo.com or call 0800 335555.
NRM Liberation Day is celebrated every year on 26th January. It marks the historic day in 1986 when the National Resistance Movement, NRA-NRM, led by Yoweri Museveni, seized power after a 5-year guerrilla war, overthrowing the previous government. The day is a significant milestone in Uganda's modern history, commemorating the country's journey towards stability and self-determination. On Monday, 26 January 2026, under the theme, Tribute to the Patriots Who Ushered in a Fundamental Change, the nationwide ceremonies and military parades reflecting the NRM's emphasis on unity and development will take place at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds. Join us for the live broadcast as we shall relay the activities of the day on UBC TV.
My question is, what is the difference between rental tax and income tax? How comes I'm paying both taxes on my own premises? If you want to have a tin, but you are not making any income from your business, you should take on the obligation to continue filing your nil return.
Commissioner General, to invest in taxation. When people understand taxes and they know the importance of taxes and they know the fair assessment of these taxes they're supposed to pay, I think everybody will embrace taxation.
As banning groupage cargo, clearance protects small traders who cannot afford to import full container loads individually and rely on consolidation to remain competitive. Cargo to come in groupage is consolidation, it's legitimate, and we can't ban it. What we have banned, or what we have stopped, is the use of container leaders. Now, Fiona, the good news I have for you is that among the new tax proposals,
now you can get direct answers. Send your tax-related questions via WhatsApp or SMS to 0790-141-887, and the Commissioner General of URA, John Musinguzi, will personally address them. Tune in to UBC News Tonight every Monday and Wednesday for expert insights and clear explanations. Buza Commissioner.
Good morning to you. If you're just joining us, you're welcome. This is Good Morning Uganda on UBC TV, and we started the conversation already. We are talking about the local government elections that you ought to know, be educated, be sensitized about, so that you are empowered as an electorate and as a voter as you go to cast your vote. In fact, if anything, these are the elections that we pay less heed to as Ugandans, yet most important because it's where service delivery is and impact is at the same time.
Be part of the conversation, 0709-602-592. It's the WhatsApp number that you can engage and be part of this conversation. I'm having this conversation with Godfrey Wavamuno, a senior consultant at 3N Consultants and an election expert at that. That also we've been joined by Chigozi Hussein, who is an election observer at Global Election Observation Missions at that. And so far, indeed, we've been taught, especially for first-time voters, if this is your first time to vote for your local government leaders, Wavamuno has given us a picture of what to expect. Is it different from what we experienced with the presidential elections, or is it the same? He has elaborated on what to expect. Indeed, I encourage you again, 0709-602-592. My name is Julie F. Nantawa. Chigozi, you're welcome.
Thank you, Julie, and a very good morning to all our UBC viewers in the different parts of the country and everywhere that they're watching us from. Yeah, it's yet one of those times again where we have to come on board and decide the people who are going to echo our voices with the people that have not been given that authority. So I'm very, very glad to be here, and I hope we shall be getting to know more about what's going to be happening.
Indeed. And I'll stay with you. As an observer, there's a lot expected of you with the presidential and parliamentary election, but there's a lot that is rarely thought of that you observe during the rest of the election. So just take us through what you exactly observe in all other elections that we are to experience.
Thank you so much. First of all, when it comes to election observations, it's not all about seeing what's going on. Of course, we look at the whole process, the whole election process. The process started as early as demarcation of polling stations, and we continue to have the display of voter registers, nomination of candidates, of course party members bringing in their different candidates, and so on and so forth. So right now that the presidential elections were concluded, we are moving on to the local government elections. We are going to be having the mayors and so on and so forth. So we believe that Ugandans should still come out and have confidence in observers that we are seeing, we are observing, we are monitoring, and yet we shall be making reports and recommend where we find loopholes or where we find there is need to adjust here and there, and bring on better mechanisms and methodologies so that the voting process is very smooth.
Yeah. And when it comes to the reports and everything that you collect through this season, compared to the previous election cycle, what are those things that you expect to be improved on in this season, today especially, and moving forward?
Thank you so much, Julie. Now, a lot has been happening previously, but I think I'll focus so much on the security. There has been a lot of clash between security and the electorates, the voters. We are having a lot of complaints and uprisings, mostly from the opposition and some of the independent candidates. So we saw that in the presidential elections, when they were happening, the people turned up very early in the morning to come and cast their votes. But because of the limitations or the hindrances of the BVVK machines, some of the people just went back home, and many did not manage to come back. They strongly believed that that will be the whole process, but we were advised by the Lord Chair, Justice Simon Mugenyi Byawakama, that we would switch to now the manual, and this has enabled the voting process to be smooth. I think most of the people actually were satisfied, and they were of the view that would have done this earlier, otherwise wouldn't be having such a low voter turnout. But we expect that since that now we are going to be having this manual voting way, we hope that people are going to turn up in big numbers. They are going to come out and exercise their constitutional right. And mind you, if you are there and you do not vote, I always come and say it here that if you don't decide, then they are going to decide for you. And when they decide for you, then you have no legal right to come out and try to be in deterioration of what has come out of the results.
Right,
yeah.
Indeed. Looking at what you must know as a voter before you go to cast that vote, be empowered as we go to vote our local council leaders or our local government leaders altogether. 0709602592. It's the WhatsApp number that you should engage and be part of the show. Now, this question I'll pose to the both of you just to get different perspectives. Do you think, starting with you, Wavamono, do you think people understand the roles of the people they are electing? Especially from, I understand a 3N consultancy has been given a mandate to sensitize citizens from different parts of the region, Uganda being part of them. But as you take on these exercises, do you notice if people understand the roles of the people they are voting for?
Thank you very much, Julie, for that question. That is a very fundamental question because out there, the voters have different perceptions, perspectives, and even requirements of their leaders. You know, before we went into this exercise, and indeed we managed to engage with a lot of stakeholders and citizens, and particularly the voters. Now, most voters thought or had the belief that their leaders are supposed to help them pay school fees for their children. Some of them thought they must be engaged in burials, burial after burial. They must be in fundraising for various assignments. But we tried our level best to explain to voters when we engaged with them in various places where we were accredited to do, because we were accredited to be in Central Region here, Bunyoro sub-region, and Teso sub-region. We managed to talk to a number of them and explained the roles of the leaders, right from the member of parliament, directly elected member of parliament, women member of parliament, and chairpersons and chairpersons of districts, city mayors, lord mayors, and city mayors, and even councillors. We explained because we have been engaged in many fora where we explain and train even these people to know their roles. But the voters have different perspectives. They expect that since you are a councillor, you should be the one to come and tell them when, if there is an epidemic, you inform them. If there is, rain is not easy, we have all those, they expect the councillors to explain. But we managed to explain to the voters the roles of these different holders of offices. Now, that one, we believe they are right now, they are in a right position to elect the leaders of their choice, because we have done our part. We have explained through our voter education as 3N consultants. Yes.
Chigozi, I know you had campaigns or research going on even before the 15th of January. Yeah. In your perspective, do people understand the roles of the people they are voting for, the people we are encouraging them to vote for?
Thank you so much, Julie. Now, I'm going to look at it in this way. The people who understand the roles of the leaders, they have to authorize or put into power to echo their voices are actually the people who are not coming on board. These are the elites. People who are informed, people who are learned, are the ones literally refusing to come and exercise their constitutional rights. Why? There is a bias in the voters Whereas Comrade Wavamuno has said that there are stakeholders like 3N consultants who have tried to come out and pass through the legal channels to be accredited and come out and sensitize Ugandans the role of the different people that they are going to be putting out there to exercise whatever they want for them. Still, people who are informed enough are not doing this. You find that people who are not even literate enough are the ones coming on board to vote. The elites are not doing so. So if you ask me, that do they understand the rules? Yes, they do understand, but the ones who understand are not exercising the right. Instead, it's the people who are not even getting access to this information because like Comrade Wamuna said, it's not that they were accredited the whole of Uganda. No, they reached out to some regions. So there is a batch of people that are being left out. And it's these people coming on board to vote. The people who are formed are not coming on board. So I think we still have a hindrance here and there. And it's on this point that I request the Electoral Commission to encourage more stakeholders to come on board and see that we reach out to more Ugandans and use better strategies and mechanisms to see that we sensitize the whole of Uganda. Because if we are partly informed, that means we are partly going to exercise our right. Yet we should fully exercise our right so that we don't have uprisings or people are having the wrong ideology about the people they are voting. Thinking that the mayor, when you put him into power, he has to make the road. That's not his role. They are people who are supposed to do that.
Responsible for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Very profound at that. It's UBC TV that you're watching. Good Morning Uganda is the name of the show. And this is the day we're voting for local government leaders, city chairpersons, mayors, Lord Mayor for Kampala, and mayors as well as local council leaders, district chairpersons at that. And that's why we're having these conversations for purposes of empowerment, information, learning, unlearning, and relearning. Be part of the show, 0709602592. In studio with me is Godfrey Wavamuno, who is a senior consultant at 3N Consultant and an election expert at that, as well as Chigozi Hussein, who is an election observer at Global Election Observation Missions. I believe there's a thing or two that you'd love to learn or ask that question, so get in touch. Coming to Wavamuno, what is expected of the general community at polling stations? Yes, one will go cast a vote, but those around, from the experience of what we had at the presidential elections, right before vote counting or during maybe vote counting, there was a lot of chaos at different polling stations and areas in Uganda. This time around, as a voter educator, what do you educate a Ugandan to do, to behave, how they're supposed to behave, and what is expected of them?
Thank you very much, Julie, for that very important question, because especially during counting, that's where confusion begins. But before counting, voters should know that voting is a process. Yes, when you report your polling station, do follow the guidelines, even be guided by the polling officials at that particular polling station. Then you cast and then mark through. You accept to be marked on any of the fingers so that you don't do multiple voting. After that, you should keep peace. You have voted, you are happy. Then if you have some work, please go and do what you are supposed to do. If you are interested in coming back to know during counting, please, again, be guided, sit, or if you choose to stand, but at a distance, so that you enable the officials of the Electoral Commission to spray the polythene sheet, pour, allow them at the closure of the polling, allow them to open. Of course, it is sealed. The ballot box is usually sealed. To open the ballot box and empty the contents. Those are the ballots on the sheet. It is already it is a polythene sheet. Then you start sorting out. Now, you are not the official. You may look, but you are not supposed to be the one to decide whether it is fault. It is no. It is these officials. They will definitely get this one for Jane. It will be raised for, because they, in the first place they are agents of these candidates. The agents will be very close. They will be the one to note together with the polling officials, and then they will decide that either this ballot paper belongs to Jane, to Tom, to whoever, and then after compiling, finishing all the contents, then counting should begin. If they begin with the Janes, if he has scored 20, that is 20. If it is Tom is 80, should be 80, and then record in on the DR form. Now, the DR form, once it has been filled by the presiding officer, he will sign, and then the present agents of these candidates will also be asked to sign the DR form. Now, after signing, they will give a copy of the agents, a copy of the DR forms, which has been signed by the presiding officer and the agents, to each of the agents, candidates' agents present. And then one copy will be pinned either on a tree or on a wall, so that at that particular polling station, then a copy of the DR form will be put in the tamper-proof envelope with the forms, the polling station form. Both of those papers will be put in the tamper-proof envelope, sealed for onward transmission to the sub-county. Okay, then from the sub-county it will move to the returning officer at the district, who will tally and then declare whoever the winner could be. But at that particular polling station, people will know who has scored high, but it is not the people to voice out the winners, because it's a mandate of the Electoral Commission, not the voters. And on that, I would like to add that please, at that particular time, when tallying is finished, please keep peace, move to your homes, be happy, no problem, but don't create chaos at the polling stations.
Who declares the results for this particular election that we are voting today?
Yeah, because it is the returning officer. Yeah, this time it is the district returning officer who will be declaring the results of the chairperson of the district. If it is the city, then the mayor of that city, it is also the returning officer at the city level, because they are returning officers at the district and returning officers at the city. So it is those two officials who are going to declare the winners or the results of the candidates.
Right.
Yes.
Chigozi, as an observer, what does today's voting tell us about grassroots politics and democracy in Uganda?
Thank you so much, Julie. We as Ugandans have the right to come out and exercise our votes. But if at all we do not exercise our right, then we are bound to have uprisings. Now, when you talk about democracy, this is, in simple terms, majority over minority, right? And still, this is exercised by we, the people, who are going to be exercising the vote. So, as Ugandans, we have a role to play in the democracy that we are demanding for, or that we are we are crying for, sorry, or that we are shouting for. Now, if at all you are there and you do not, now we are having some limitations within the election process. Candidate Mugisha Muntu came out and he said that after announcing the new president of the Republic of Uganda, he said that we should not come out and start fighting against each other. Why? Because some of us, we did not manage to deploy enough agents at each and every polling station. So you don't have the right to say that at a particular polling station they cheated when you never had anyone on board. Okay? So if you are having limitations, you as a candidate, then whatever comes out of the election process, you are bound to accept that. Why? You did not deploy enough forces onto the ground. So if you feel like democracy is not there, then you have to look at yourself first, the person who is involved in this particular process. Yes.
You remind me of a candidate who, presidential candidate who one time did not vote for themselves. That was candidate Olara Otunu, who went down on that record. What must you know as a voter? We are voting for our local government elections this Thursday, today, and there are elections that are usually paid less heed to, but it's imperative that you pay quite that attention to, because it's where service delivery is at, and that's why we are chewing on what we must know. 0709-602-592 is the number that you engage and ask that question. Share your opinion as well. Share your experience. It would be lovely to know, as the observers who are always on ground interacting with you are here in studio with us. Godfrey Wavamuno, senior consultant at 3N Consultant and an election expert as well, but also Chigozi Hussein, who is an election observer at Global Election Observation Missions, speaking with us as well. Chigozi, in your perspective for over the years, what I think I meant to say Wavamuno, given the seniority he carries in election expertise, in the expertise you've carried and experienced along the journey, what are some of those issues you've had on the grassroots that people vote for in a leader?
Thank you very much, Julie, for that question. Yeah, most of the voters in their various localities and stations, they expect the leaders to provide the services. Most services people want are mainly the medical health issues. They want to go, they want to vote leaders who will go and lobby and ensure that the health facilities available to them are fully given the drugs they need. That's one. Then the other one is the motorable roads. Because if you, most of these grassroots voters, wherever they are, most of them have very poor roads. But they expect that these leaders, when they go in their meetings, they lobby for repairs, improvements of their roads, bridges, so that they can move their goods to the markets as fast as possible. Then the other one is the schools. Yeah, most of these people expect that their leaders will go and talk or address the school leaders to reduce or to give them affordable school fees. So those mainly are the services these people look for. And then possibly the other one is about the leaders should be approachable. Yeah, it is very funny that some leaders, after they are voted in offices, they disappear from the electorates. And you only find them coming back after 5 years asking for votes. Now, the leaders, the voters want always to engage with their leaders so that they keep pushing, asking them to push their requirements to higher authorities so that attention can be given to them, and then they require the services they deserve.
Chigozie, from your experience now being in the midst of most of the electorate, especially before voting season, carrying out all of that research, do you think Ugandans are motivated for this particular election? Are they looking forward compared to what was with the parliamentary and presidential election?
Thank you so much, Julie. Ugandans, like Comrade Wavamuna said, Ugandans have aspirations. They do have desires. They have things they are looking for and they are looking forward to. So, like you said, or you have been saying here, that this is one of the elections whereby people put less attention. Yet in actual sense, these are the people that are actually on ground with these people, because it's very, very rare to find people interacting with a member of parliament. But it may be at ease to find people maybe interacting with the mayor or the councillors or the chairman. So I think, and I strongly believe, that Ugandans are going to come out more in this particular election because they believe or they know that these are the people who are actually bridging the gap between them and the government or the top officials of this country, the Republic of Uganda. Yes.
Let's speak into security. What are your expectations of security compared to what was last week? This time around, what do you envision as an observer?
Well, last week, apart from the uprisings from here and there, but I think there has not been any clashes with security. So I doubt we're going to be having heavy deployments or seeing armored vehicles or numberless vehicles, things like that. I doubt you're going to be having things like that. That's why I strongly encourage Ugandans to come out and vote. Yeah, come out and exercise your constitutional right. Because security will never clash with you if you do not go off the road or off the law. But as long as you go off the path, you know, vandalizing things, you are stoning people's cars, you want to clash with another voter because they are not voting for the candidate you think they have to vote for. In other words, you want people to take in your ideology instead of actually exercising what they feel is right. Because when it comes to electing candidates into office, each and every voter exercises or votes the candidate they feel like brought out their manifesto to the greatest satisfaction of this particular voter. So if at all you go and vote for a particular candidate, and I vote for a particular candidate, that means I only voted different from you because I strongly believe that the person I'm voting for is more eligible enough to bring out what my aspirations are or my desires, me as a person. So there is no need of you know, violence, and there are people who are actually using social media to incite violence into other voters. And I think Ugandans should be literate enough to the level that look at the person inciting violence in you. Are they really on ground? Because if you tell me, Julie, to go and stone someone's car, yet you are seated in your apartment, you know, having a cup of tea, and you are telling me to go on the streets and stone these people, at the end of the day, I'm the one who's going to get affected. And I'm the one who's going to be clashing with security. And at the end of the day, I will get apprehended. So I urge Ugandans to come out and exercise their constitutional right, because security is not going to clash with you unless you are off the path that you have to be.
Profound at that. Wavamuno, your parting shots.
Yeah, thank you very much, Julie. Thank you very, very much, viewers and the voters out there. We are really appealing to all of you, especially the voters and particularly the youth, to go in large numbers, vote the candidates of your choice, respect other voters, respect the security, and do exactly, be guided by the security if you are at a polling station, and do exactly what you are supposed to do. Be excited after the counting of the votes when you are back in your home. But don't create violence, don't create uneasiness at a polling station, or don't even confront the security that has been deployed. You will be safe, you will be okay, and you will do the best, you will be the best in this country. We want peace in our country. So please do that.
And you'll be alive to see tomorrow
Yes.
and the other day and until you age back to your creator. Go vote for that local leader. Go vote for that district city chairperson, that mayor, that local council leader. Go cast that vote because they're next to you and it's where service delivery is. Now, of course, the show does continue. We are in just a bit getting feed from our field reporters, but definitely we'll be keeping you updated as the day goes by, as the hours go by, as the minutes go by. You are watching UBC TV. Today is the day that we decide who our next local leaders are. And of course, more on the agenda of excitement for many Ugandans is who will be the next mayor of Kampala. Good morning.
Tusonge mpaka na jinja hivyo leo.
NRM Liberation Day is celebrated every year on 26th January. It marks the historic day in 1986 when the National Resistance Movement, NRA-NRM, led by Yoweri Museveni, seized power after a 5-year guerrilla war, overthrowing the previous government. The day is a significant milestone in Uganda's modern history, commemorating the country's journey towards stability and self-determination. On Monday, 26 January 2026, under the theme, Tribute to the Patriots Who Ushered in a Fundamental Change, the nationwide ceremonies and military parades reflecting the NRM's emphasis on unity and development will take place at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds. Join us for the live broadcast as we shall relay the activities of the day on UBC TV.
My question is, what is the difference between rental tax and income tax? How comes I'm paying both taxes on my own premises? If you want to have a tin, but you are not making any income from your business, you should take on the obligation to continue filing your nil return.
Commissioner General, to invest in taxation. When people understand taxes and they know the importance of taxes and they know the fair assessment of these taxes they're supposed to pay, I think everybody will embrace taxation.
As banning groupage cargo, clearance protects small traders who cannot afford to import full container loads individually and rely on consolidation to remain competitive. Cargo to come in groupage is consolidation, it's legitimate, and we can't ban it. What we have banned, or what we have stopped, is the use of container leaders. Now, Fiona, the good news I have for you is that among the new tax proposals,
now you can get direct answers. Send your tax-related questions via WhatsApp or SMS to 0790-141-887, and the Commissioner General of URA, John Musinguzi, will personally address them. Tune in to UBC News Tonight every Monday and Wednesday for expert insights and clear explanations. Booza Commissioner.
Let's talk peace.
My name is Colonel Banison Desderius Mande. I'm the Director Research and Analysis, National Counterterrorism Center. As we go into this electoral season, we all need to work as whole government, whole society, for people to talk peace and maintain peace before, during, and after elections. Uganda is for all of us. We need it secure. We need these elections free of violence.
Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
I am the Most Reverend Dr. Stephen Samuel Kazimba Mugaru, the 9th Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, but also Chair Council of Presidents for Intelligence Council of Uganda. It is your God-given opportunity to go and elect your leaders. Some people are wondering whether this is just a constitutional right. Not only that, it's a biblical mandate from Proverbs chapter 18, verse 18. The Bible says, casting a vote settle disputes. So casting a vote is biblical and it's God-given. Now I want to call upon all Ugandans. In the morning, wake up, go and vote, because it is your God-given mandate. But also I want to invite that people, everybody, we keep the peace, because peace is very, very important. We belong to different parties, but we are Ugandans. We should remember that voting or elections is just an event. It's a seasonal thing for this particular time, and once it's done, we put leaders in place, and then life must continue. No reason of hating, no reason of promoting hatred or even fighting. And I want to call upon the security agencies, please do your job of protecting the people, so that after the end of it all, we'll come back as Ugandans.
Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Exercise can't be sustained. Eating can't be stopped. It's even harder to lose weight. Come and give it a try. Genshikang L-carnitine chromium capsules, plant extract, scientific ratio, take 3 capsules each time. The active ingredient accelerates fat burning, eat twice a day, don't take a detour. Weight loss starts now. Genshikang L-carnitine with chromium capsules helps you stay in shape. Please follow medical advice when taking this product. For more information, visit our website www.hgo.com or call 0800 335555.
Good morning once again. Thank you for accompanying us this morning. You are watching UBC. We broadcast live to you from Nile Avenue. That is where the UBC headquarters are situated. Yes, it is the day we are having more elections, but breaking news coming in our way. Honorable Mwanga Chivombi has been arrested, and the police spokesperson Rushoke is here to confirm this with us. Good morning, Afande.
Good morning, comrade.
You are on
Yes,
UBC. You're speaking to Robert Chirabo and Joan N. Moronje. Please let us know about what has transpired with Mwanga Chivumbi of Butambala.
Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi is with the police. He's helping us in investigations. You will recall that there were incidents in his constituents where the violence was extreme, and in our investigations we found it necessary to also call him upon to explain a number of issues here and there. You recall also that we made some arrests previously. So as the investigations were going on, it all pointed to the need to have him also have an interaction with the police. If we find him innocent, then he will go free. But if in our interrogation and interaction with him, it is a sustainable allegation, he will certainly be put before court and in the shortest time possible.
Afande, also help us know what is the situation like in Butambala right now in terms of security.
The situation is normal. The situation is normal, without a doubt.
Okay, then also maybe for clarity, can we call it an arrest, or are you having him for interrogation?
At the moment, you can, because I do not have the very specifics, but usually when we call you, and okay, although we did not call him because we went for him, so you can still call it an arrest.
Okay.
Yes.
So, but now no yet preferred charges, it is still just interrogation.
It's me who doesn't have the details.
Okay, Afande. Well,
yeah, because I would prefer to give you details when I am sure of exactly.
Okay, thank you so much, Fande Rushoke, the police spokesperson for Uganda Police. Let's head to Bugolobi, where our reporter Onyango is there speaking to the Electoral Commission and, of course, the local leaders. Chirabo, before we head to Onyango, have you heard of any incidents at the time we were off air about the voting process?
No, I've not heard of any insecurities. But of course, I've been monitoring the situation, calling some reporters in the field for both our radio Star FM and UBC. And one thing that I've heard is very low voter turnout. Okay. Yes,
Onyango, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Joan and Chirabo and our viewers of UBC TV. How is UBC?
UBC is very fine, just that we had some breaking news coming up.
Well, for us, what we can tell you and our viewers that indeed here in Nakawa Division, to be specific, I'm just coming to you live from Kiswa Primary School in Nibugorobi, Nakawa Division, where voting has already kicked off for the local government. Here in Nakawa Division, the voters of this division are voting the Lord Mayor, the mayor for this division of Nakawa District, or division councillors, as well as direct women representatives at KCCA. And so far as you can see, voting is moving on. All is still well here at Kiswa Primary School grounds, though I can also confidently tell you that the turn-up is not so far appeasing, but we hope it is still the morning of the day. We hope after people have summarized a few work at home or at their shops, they will be moving in automatically to come and cast their votes for different leaders in those categories I've mentioned above. So that is what we can tell you, but I will be giving you the clear formation of what the polling station of Kiswa Primary School looks like. You can see the ballot boxes are already in place and different voters have already casted their votes. If just my camera person can move here and give you a clear view of what we are speaking about. But of course, you see there is a bench of the agents of different candidates who are contesting in this second batch of the 2026 general elections, having conducted the first batch of the presidential and parliamentary on 15th of January. This has also now dropped us to this bunch of election, and people are voting. I'll be closing in to ensure that we get a few interactions here with people who are managing all the polling assistants, polling agents, and the returning or presiding officers of this polling station, who will be also giving us a clear picture of how the day started off and how they expect to wind up this exercise. There's a gentleman here who is willing to speak to us. I just want to make him raise up and at least shares with us 1 or 2 words in regards to this exercise. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
Do you mind to stand up? Thank you. Well, you are live on UBC TV, and our viewers would love to know, how did we begin our morning in line with this exercise?
Actually, the morning...
Let's start with your names.
I'm Hiria Faizo by names. The morning wasn't bad. Polling materials arrived in time. It is only that the turn-up hasn't been good. I don't know what might have been the problem, but everything is moving on well.
Let's go back to the morning. How did you receive the voting materials, and how did you ascertain was there the presence of different agents to ensure that everything was intact?
Actually, polling agents were already here by 5, and the materials came in by, it was 5:30. Yeah.
So there's no excuse that there was tampering with the voting materials. Then the other issue which we have seen previously in the last elections of presidential and parliamentary was some delays in the materials to get at the polling stations. For your case, you can confirm you received them in time.
Actually, the good thing with this area, we haven't been getting much cases of such scenarios. Everything here moves on smoothly, no chaos, nothing like that.
Back to the point you have raised of the low turn-up so far. Were you here during the presidential and parliamentary elections?
Yes.
What can you compare with that election and this one of today, basing on the time we are now speaking about?
Basing on the time we are now speaking, the turn-up was very good. I don't know whether it was because of the too much excitement in the voters or... So right now, we are hoping that by noon, people will have come.
Thank you. Well, that is the gentleman who is among those managing the election process here at Kiswa Primary School. There are 3 polling stations here, and of course, as I said earlier, voting is going on. It is so far still peaceful. He has confirmed to us that indeed they received the voting materials as early as 5, and there were agents of different candidates here already to ascertain that everything came in as it was planned. There was no issues, and we don't expect to receive cases of tampering with the voting materials. I'll be moving here on this desk, which I know is having the polling agents. They also give us their view on as far as this election is concerned. Are they satisfied with so far what is on ground? Is there anything they can at least share with us in line with voting, or else we will just be moving around and show. Bana mwasuze mutya muli bulungi okulonda kutambula kutya
asikubi
gwe mukyala ani era wano oliwo mu mbeera kyokola ngaani?
Bampita Hilda Nanyonjo Nalongo, nkolanga agent wa Women LC5. Yeah.
Obaddewo wano nga bino byonna bitandika?
Isebo.
Tutandise tutya?
Tutandikidde wali nga tubikula box. Ne twabyo nebibadde mu ssebo. Era ffe tusoose okulonda. Kyekyo.
Box zizze nga ziri mu mbeera mwe ziteekeddwa okubeera?
Essebo.
Katukwagalize candidate wo ebirungi. Kanjogereko n'omukyalo ono. Nawe oli agent?
Yesebo.
Wa candidate ki era bitambula bitya?
Wabbalimu ezo amanya nze Nanyonjo Claire.
Nanyonjo tewabeewo okwemulugunya, buli kimu wetwogerera kitambula bulungi?
Kitambula bulungi, twatukidde mu budde, buli kimu kiri bulungi.
Omukulu oli atugambye nti embeera abalonzi bajja, kino nammwe kibaleetera okweraliikirira?
Kituleetera okweraliikirira, naye kimu kijja kuba bulungi kyemmanyi.
Omwami ono agenda kugamba njogedde n'abakyala 2 ye neemufisa akatusembyeyo ye. Taata
wagisebe
wakedde?
Wakedde bulungi sebe.
Oli mulonzi, oli muwagizi oba gwakakuuma?
nze akakuuma mwennyini gw'otuukiddeko.
Onaakuuma otya ng'ate tebanajja? Lwaki tukunze bantu oba tusuubire bali eyo mu kkubo?
N'abakunze naye abamu baakedde bajayitirawo ndowooza nga abamu bannyuse, abamu bajayitirawo baddeyo ku mirimu gyabwe ssebo.
Waliwo wano mu kulonda kwa pulezidenti ne ba MP?
Naliwo ssebo.
Ogeraageranya omuwendo gwe waakalabako mu budde bwe buti n'olwaleero ki ky'oyinza okulowooza nti kyeyinza okuba kireesa akasobo mu nzija y'abalonzi?
Wabula ne luli mwalimu akasobo naye bayisaawa 4:05 awo bantu baali baweze. Kati neero tusuubira saawa 4:05 awo mukaaga bajja kuba bakuŋŋaanye nga bawezeweze.
That is it. Different agents here are also testifying that indeed, like a few colleagues here we have talked to, mainly that one who represented the presiding officer of this station, did confirm that indeed the voting materials came in as well as it had been envisaged, and of course everything was good to go. And on your screens, different voters have already cast their votes, and as I said earlier, that box is for the Lord Mayor, where the biggest contention is amongst the three bulls. That is the incumbent Lord Mayor Elias Lukwago, the NRM candidate Kizito Nsubuga, and the former Nakawa East Member of Parliament Ronald Balimwezo Nsubuga, who is now among the contestants. We will be speaking later on to a few of those contenders. But of course, on your screens, that is the box of the ballots for Woman Councillor LC5 Nakawa Division. I'm trying to get one of the big shots of this division of Nakawa to also share with us a few insights on what this exercise looks like and probably what we can expect out of it at the end of the day. Honorable Moses Okwera is now the chairperson of the FDC in Nakawa Division. Good morning, sir.
Morning, UBC. Morning, Sebo. Thank you so much for coming and finding us where we are, where I voted from. My name is Okwera Moses Mugisha, the chairperson of FDC Nakawa, and the former aspirant MP Nakawa East. I am very blessed to be on UBC TV.
So far, how is the process?
The process is moving on well. I have so far been in about 6 polling stations. Things are moving on well. The challenge is the voter turnout is still very low. I've seen only in Mirambos, which is zone 12, that is where the turnout is somewhat fair. I've been at a Goodwill. It was trying to build up. Kiswa here, it is still down, but we are hopeful that people are going to come and exercise their mandate of voting the respective leaders they want to put Kampala to the greatest height. So we are really hopeful. I'm calling all people of Kampala, people of Nakawa, kindly turn up in big numbers to vote. And come out and vote. I belong to Forum for Democratic Change. Kindly come and vote. And people are willing to be, and people are requesting that indeed people are going to spearhead them to greatest height. We need Kampala, a new Kampala, which is going to give us a real vibrancy of leadership and above all, service delivery in the Kampala capital city.
That's the question I was going also to pose to you. Looking at Nakawa Division with the current bunch of leaders, what kind of leaders can we expect this time round out of this exercise?
Yes, Nakawa Division as per se deserves leaders that are going to listen to the voters, that are going to consult people about what they are going to do, not only to do their own wishful things. People of Nakawa deserve the best, deserve consultations so that they can prioritize the allocation of the budget. Now, what affects Kiswa Parish is different from Batabaka Parish, is different from Naguru, is different from Luzera prisons, is different from Bugolobi, different from Mutungo and Mbuya. Different parishes need different services. So how do you get such? You listen from people, you consult them, and then you make a very good priority of issues. Like in Mutungo Parish, I would love to have a primary government school. And it's an entire parish which is very big without a primary school. We would love to have a government primary school. So Mbuya 1 and Mbuya 2 plus Banda corridor, they will have to have a secondary school so that people don't walk as far as Kampala Central to Kololo SS or to City High. We will have to have a secondary government school so that people can walk from nearby. The population is growing, but the schools are still the same. For 40 years, we have not had any single government primary school built by this government. For 40 years, we have not had any single secondary government school built by this government. The newest government early secondary school in Zoreses was built in 1980 in Obote II regime. So when I see people saying protecting the gains, for us in Nakawa we're calling it protecting the losses. We don't have the gains to protect in Nakawa division. We don't have. So kindly, as you go and vote leaders that are going to listen to you, go and vote leaders who are going to be proper service delivery oriented, other than just waves or something.
Thank you. That is Mr. Moses Okwera Mugisha. Of course, he has highlighted that voters of this division should emphasize voting for leaders who are going to lobby for service delivery. Let them cast the vote for improvement in their livelihoods. Let them cast their vote for leaders who will listen to or pick their ideas and, of course, advance them to different authorities. We want to pause it at this point as we continue roaming around in Nakawa division as we give you the live images in as far as this exercise is concerned. We'll be back onto your screens in a shortest time, back to the broadcast house at 9th Avenue to Madam Joanne and Robert.
Onyango, before I let you go, can you please tell me in brief at the level of security deployment there where you're coming from at Kiswa polling station?
Well, the security is still calm, but the police constables are around. As I said earlier, these are 3 polling stations, and I can just count there are 2 police constables at the 3 polling stations. I mean, 2 police constables at each of the 3 polling stations here at Chiswa Primary School, meaning we have 6 police constables who are unarmed, only carrying a baton. They are seated, they are even jazzing, but as voting goes on well. Around, you don't see the presence of any security personnel, whether on the foot or vehicles, and I hope this station will go on like this at the end of the day. So in a nutshell, it is still a peaceful process here at Chiswa Primary School in Nakawa Division. In line with security deployment, there's nothing to worry. Let voters come in, and because we have seen a few who have already made their way here, they have cast their vote and moved away, probably to carry on the day's business, and they will be returning in the evening to witness the tallying or the counting of the outcome of the day's polls.
Now, Onyango, still before you go, what has been your assessment of the type of people coming up to vote? Presidential, we would see some cars parked, we would see some big shots, you know. This time around so far, what has been your assessment of the type of voters turning up?
I think, Mr. Shirabu and our viewers, we can attack that question on this line like the voters I've seen already here at Chiswa. Now, when you look at my mother who is at the box here casting her vote, at her age, looking at the time we are speaking here at this polling station, these are the many people I've seen here in that category. These are our mothers, these are our fathers. The youth are coming in 1 or 2. Of course, you know, they always want to at least wait for others to come. They don't want to lead. But we expect this would have been their opportunity. They would be at the lead. But it is very absurd when you see that they are the mothers. It is the fathers who know the value of moving out of their beds and come and cast their vote for leaders. Because we know these leaders, the impact is felt by the youth mainly. But when they decide to stay a step behind, not to lead, then it is a bit worrying. But of course, it goes back to the voter sensitization by the Electoral Commission and also the candidates. If they don't really show the clear picture to the youth that indeed this future relies on you, you are the torchbearers of tomorrow's Uganda, then we will see our mothers and fathers taking a lead in as far as coming at polling stations and cast their vote. But the youth, they are coming, one or two, but I can confidently tell you that the elderly, the old mothers and fathers, that the ones who are taking lead in so far casting their vote here at Kiswa Primary School.
Thank you so much, Onyango, there in Bugolobi. Of course, the moment of truth is today as voters head out to vote for their mayor. And of course, the district, city, local government chairpersons and councillors. But since they are of relatively empty polling stations, please go and vote. It is your mandate. It is your right. Your next leader is. Remember, these local leaders are very significant in carrying out political activities and development activities of any community. Chirabo, according to you, what do you think has attributed to the low voter turnout of late? Because it's coming, it's already 9, about 11 minutes past 9, but we can see not so many long queues of voters there are waiting. Well, first, there are quite a number of factors. We can't allude it to only one factor. But first and foremost, Ugandans, much as we vote, we do not know the responsibility of each of the people we vote. That is why after presidential and parliamentary elections, many Ugandans lose interest in voting. They believe, I voted for the president, I voted for my member of parliament. Now, these mayor, local councillors, they don't really see their relevance. Yet the reverse is true. The most important person to you are your lower level leaders. For example, the councillor, these are people with whom you can reach their fences, their houses. They stay within you and nearest to you. Compared to the president, if he stays at Nakasero and you're in Machindi, what are your chances of meeting President Museveni and telling him about your problems? But it's very easy for me to go to my district woman councillor. It's very easy for me to go to a councillor and tell them, well, this is the challenge, this is the problem here, and they'll move into other levels. So there is a mindset that after the president and then members of parliament, I think these other lower ranks don't matter. Second, the fact that we've had the presidential elections and members of parliament now. And the results declared. And the results declared. You find that also in one way it affects the morale. Just imagine if for presidency my candidate never went through. Given also the propaganda that in some constituencies has surrounded the election, that maybe one feels that they were rigged or cheated and they don't expect that their candidate even this time may go through. Now, it is only a court that can prove are they rigged or not. But we have a challenge that most of our politicians don't concede defeat. You know, they go around saying, Twabidwa, this and this, they'll forge all sorts of things. Now, remember there is a person who is a voter that is going to vote for other people, for other cycle of elections that are coming. If his mindset has been tuned, that even if I go and cast my vote, my candidate will not go through. That person will not go under the scorching sun to vote for somebody. But also, we have a challenge of the candidates themselves. You see, members of parliament do campaign vividly. His Excellency, all presidential candidates did campaign. And also the media featured so much on them. Let's look at all media houses in Uganda. Let's first point a finger to ourselves. We made sure we covered all the presidential candidates. Members of parliament, we also did so much at that level. But even the media, how did we go low? To cover mayors. Local government. To cover councillors. We didn't have, you'll find that this is a honest opinion. Even the public can talk about it. How many did we host? Look at all TVs, all radio stations. They were either eager to have a presidential candidate on air, eager to have maybe a parliamentary candidate on air. But going down, even the media, and you see media matters so much. We set pace, we set direction. So even us as the fourth estate, you find that also we had so much interest at presidential and parliamentary. Now going down here, because
maybe they do not, one, they are not so much universal. If you are a district councillor, if you're a councillor, you know, your coverage is that particular, and you have a media house that is overboard. Now you need someone who has a bigger spell of coverage, of influence or constituency at that. So there was also a challenge into that, that we didn't give it that so much. And they also, the candidates at these levels, some of them never injected in so much. I'll give an example. 2021 I voted in Machi, India. It's called Barracks Zone.
Okay.
Now, here I go. I knew all the presidential candidates. I knew all the parliamentary candidates. And I listened to them. Now I come to councillors. I want to tell you, I reached out the paper. I looked through. Remember, I'd seen one or two on posters, but there were quite a number. The rest I had no idea. Neither had I even had any speak to me or listen to them via radio or TV. Now, after casting my vote, you see, whenever I find a challenge, I want to inquire, where is the weakness? How can I fail to know at least 50% of the people I've been voting for at these lower levels? I try to ask other people. You are you go to say? I said, but this is Sibamanyi. But this is Sibamanyi. So I noticed I wasn't alone. I took it further.
Okay.
To another polling station. Of course, when you're a journalist, you can't move anywhere with your tag and branding. UBC is a big brand. So I could go everywhere, try to ask Councillor Roseanne.
So, Chirabo, don't you think it is your duty as a voter to know who is standing in your constituency on what level, be it at national level or local government? Should we really boil it down to the Electoral Commission alone?
I want to say it is your duty. I don't want to say it's a duty of the Electoral Commission now. Me knowing it is a duty of the candidate and the voters, because for the Electoral Commission, yes, it will organize the elections, it will nominate, I mean, it will go through to check if you have all that is required for you to be nominated as a candidate for that particular post. Now, it is us to take keen interest that if I'm going to vote for my leader, who is this leader am I going to vote for? But the challenge comes in, if the leader is not there, you see, you are a candidate, you have to advertise yourself. Joe, it is not my duty, much as I don't have the 100%, to go finding out who is the woman councillor here, who is this. No, you have to sell yourself to me. You have to make sure either you're doing door-to-door campaign, having so many posters, having the various social media platforms, I'm so and so standing for this, you know, please, if you're in this area, you just go to church, go to mosques, go. But even you find them that at lower levels, much as their constituency is fairly small, that some of them have not given it so much. That is why, much as one said, Judy told us about the guest here, she hosted here and said that here, because we want ability more, even party shouldn't be an issue. But you're going to find out that someone is going to reach there, and maybe since you've not heard from any, you don't know much from any, you may end up voting basing on your party. That's I think or are you aware? I would love to say this even secretly, that sometimes I asked someone, said some people even vote beauty.
Oh.
Yes.
And she was looking so beautiful. I had to vote for her.
And I asked others, the picture, you know, you reach there when you are in a midst. But also another observation that I've noted, and I want to speak this very clear to the ears if they are watching now. There is a class of Ugandans, Joan, and fellow Ugandans, let's take this, that is shunning the voting exercise. You corporate people.
They do not want to go out and vote.
I monitored presidential elections. I'm still here, but after I'm going to go to monitor. You're the corporate class. You're the elite of this country. You're not voting. That's why I asked Onyango, what type of people are you seeing at the polling station? Or nature of voters? You're leaving people to decide for you that are less of a stake to this country in terms of what they have achieved. People who are going to decide for you your woman councillor, people who are going to decide for you your mayor, people who are going to decide for you your district chairperson, are not the people who we see on social media, we see on TVs, we see as analysts, who know issues of finances, who know their roles, who table around.
They're making noise on X.
They make noise on X. Yet here where you should prioritize electing your leaders, you're at the golf course playing golf. Good enough, it's not a public holiday today, but if it was a public holiday, you'd be on your farms, you know. You don't participate in voting. But then you come and analyze. You're so wise. You know the diaspora, you're making policies, you're doing this. You go to a village, I don't want to mention the village. You ask for their chairperson, LC1. And when the chairperson for LC1 comes out, he's the less stakeholder in that community in terms of assets. Joan, you go to villages I want to mention, those high-end places. Chairman agende vayo wecharo. You wonder. But because the category who are so seemingly like him are the majority and they voted for their own. Now that is a problem.
Chiro, can we also attribute it to electoral commission crisis because by 9 a.m. voting had not yet started at Kansanga Seed Secondary School here in Makinde Division, Kampala, because there were less than 10 voters are required to start the voting exercise. And also in that is in Chewambogo polling station in Namuyenge village, that is in Nachisonga sub-county in Mokono South constituency. Voting hasn't started because the EC delayed to deliver voting materials. Don't you think these are some of the instances in which people come out and shun away from voting?
I would say yes, first and foremost. I don't want to say the Electoral Commission is 100% off the hook. Where voter material delayed, there I'll hold the Electoral Commission responsible. Where voter material delayed. But where the materials were delivered at 5 or 5:30 and voting delayed because they want the 10 mandatory voters at that particular polling station to witness the opening. That indeed the ballot papers have come untempered, the boxes, they are empty, you know. If the Electoral Commission has performed its noble role of delivering equipment that is going to be used on time or in time, then us, the people who are supposed to vote, we are not even 10 of the voters at that polling station. That cannot be blamed to the Electoral Commission. But also where voting material has delayed, and it's not that there is a queue of people waiting, but also the people are not there. You know, I would say it also doesn't make sense, because even if the voting material was there on time, but people were not there, still voting wouldn't kick off. We would wait for the people. So we must urge Ugandans to understand the vitalness and the relevance of this election that is as important as presidential and parliamentary. So you should go and vote. The youth. I'm shocked when we see this election where the youth are not attending that so much. Because at the end of the day, the people you're voting for, I said, are more close to you and are more, if you vote for the right people, you'll benefit more from them.
Robert, let's look at the role of the candidates themselves on the election day, because there is a scenario of voting at Good Times Kawala Primary School polling station in Rubaga Division, Kampala, has not started because of the absence of some candidates' agents who are supposed to witness the opening of the exercise. Imagine a voter's candidate. You have an agent, you as a candidate, but you have not even compelled them to get to the polling station where they are supposed to represent you on time. What makes this of the candidates that are in this election?
One of the hardest things for a candidate is getting agents, more so when you're an independent. Because when you have a political party, a party worth its salt, structures, it is easy. For example, like the NRM. The NRM cannot fall short of agents because they have structures right from village. Every village, they have representatives there. So it's very easy to get agents. But also, you see, agents usually are facilitated. So most of the candidates will tell you there is so much you spend on your agents. They must eat, they must drink, they must be there the whole day from when voting commences until voting is closed and tallying is closed at that particular polling station. So financial power is a challenge there, but also identifying the people who are going to spend the entire day there for you is another challenge.
Okay, indeed, candidates, you must know your role as it comes to the agents. Of course, Jordan Lokomwa is there in Makerere. He's going to give us an update of what is happening there. As you can see behind him, there is a road closed. I'm wondering, is that a polling station that is within the road? Good morning, Jordan.
Yes, good morning, Joan. How are you?
I'm well. How have you been?
I'm fine. Now, we are coming to you live from Makerere here in the middle of the road that comes from Kubiri roundabout as you go to Wandegea Junction. In the middle here between City Oil and Shell, there is a polling station here. According to the information we have gathered, it was supposed to be in a certain piece of land of which the owner stopped the Electoral Commission from using it for information that will, for reasons that will get a little later. Two of the three polling stations that are supposed to be in this place have been mounted here in the middle of the road. And if my cameraman can try to give it to you, you can see vehicles are branching off at around City Oil to take the other direction. This road now off for public use because of elections. You can see now, that is City Oil opposite the small gate of Makerere University. So vehicles are sloping on the left as you come from Kubiri. They are sloping on the left such that because here ahead the road has been closed because of two polling stations that are holding elections or voting exercise here. Now, there are two polling stations in the road, where the one that would be the third one is somewhere down at a compound of a primary school, which we shall get to know later. As you can see, the polling station where I'm standing is just in a process of opening, and the officials are very busy. We wanted to talk at least to one of them to get to know exactly how they are ready and how they are going to do it. Let me see whether the presiding officer can give us just 1 minute to know how exactly whether mukwano sembera keri nyabo poli presiding officer wasuzotya tubulyeko ku polling stations zino ne we mutuse kwatula muli mukugulawo
kati nga obwedda tulinze ba witnesses olw'ensonga box tesa kugulwa nga witness tebannajja era kati bwe bazze ne bajja ne ba witness nga bibino ebintu emulaba wane eno then kati essaawa eno tuli mu kusayininga aba agents aba candidates ab'enjawulo tutandika okulonda eno line gye mulaba wane eno ye y'abalonzi naye eno gye mulaba wane eno ye y'aba agents.
Kati mumaze okugulawo
yesebo tumaliriza okugulawo bagenda kutandika ba agents nga tutandika okulonda.
Lwaki muluddewo saawa zigenda mu nnya saa ziri 3:30 polling station yakugulawo saawa emu?
Polling station yadde yaguddewo dda ssaawa emu naye nti olw'amateeka ga Electoral Commission tetusatandika kulondesa nga ba witnesses aba witnessing ebijjidde mu box tebannajja kiba tekikola professionalism okumala gakola ki gaggulawo nga abantu tebaliwo ku witnessing ebintu byebagenda olonda.
Tweyanziza nyaba erinnya lyo?
Sharon Akum.
Kale. That is the presiding officer of one of the polling stations that are in the middle of the road. So she is operating in the middle. That is her polling station. She's too busy, but we forgot to ask her the name of the station that she is manning. Now, where I'm entering now at the polling station, according to what I see, they are also just opening. Let me see whether the presiding officer can share a word or two. My dear, good morning, Nyabo. Good morning. Can you kindly face this side? Yes, what is your name?
Nampuga Victoria.
Nampuga Victoria.
Yes.
So what is the name of this polling station that you're manning? We can see there are two in the middle of the road.
Lugumba Kilae. Yes.
So why are you in the middle of the road?
Because this is where our station is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so you have not, have you opened or not?
Yes, we have started already.
Okay.
Yes.
Where are your voters?
They have finished some of them. Mm.
But I would have expected a line around.
They are coming.
You're hopeful, eh?
Yes.
Okay, wish you all the best. See another tape blocking the road the other side. Is there another polling station or they are stopping?
No.
They're just blocking vehicles not to come and...
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
Now, that's the presiding officer of the second polling station that is middle of the road. There is another one this side, but probably we shall end here. Maybe we can say hi to some of the voters, those who would love to say something, how ready they are today. Mama jangu wano katono. Wasuzote nyama. Uli live ku UBC
ntiwali buzibu
okulonda otuusa wano saameka
nakatuuka eddakiika ziringa 35
olunaku olusanze otya okuva lwatusofa bitambula bitya
olunaku mu kusooka tusoose ne tufunamu okukyankalanyizibwa ngeri ya security ne bagaziba n'ebyokulonda bikeereye ebyokulondesa bikeereye olw'engeri ya security kuba basoose tuziba nga mu byaddala nga tofuluma mu katanga kujja kukuba waggulu weebale nnyo bamaze ne batuggulira era tugenda kulonda embeera nnungi Museveni nze Namatovu Merwe
nze ije balesebo
alesebo naye je bale
olunaku olwetegekedde otya
olunaku nakedde nga nzize kulonda naye ntuuse wano nga tebannamaliriza kutegeka kakati ne tujja bwe batandise ate ba agenti tebalina gundi fomu zino tetumanyi lwaki eza register naye nga register eriweemu kati bali ba agenti tebalina gundi eyo nakyo tukyebuuza lwaki bibiina byabwe naye bawoza mbu ate tebinnabawa mbuzikeereyeemu naye bonna kati tulinawo foomu emu twebuuza eyo gye baneesibako bonna tebali eri bbali ndowooza olaba Nsubuga Emmanuel
banaye ba agent ze mutya batugambye temulina register olunaku luno lutya nga bwe bitobwe bino
tugenda kozesa taleze tugenda okukozesa
oli agent wa candidate
ndi agent wa ali Musa Segona
olunaku olulabye otya kati nga agent omaze okusayininga wali bakujuza mu bitabo
bamaze okunjuza mu bitabo naye abalonzi taanapu ntono
ne tuba obudde bukyali namwe era muludde okugula polling station
obudde bukyali naye taanapu y'abantu ntono baatiddemu
kijeewa
anti ewaffe bakedde tuyiwa mu poliisi kati abantu okimanyi naye batya ebibombola kasa bitunulako nga beenyagamu yesebu
koze leero tulonda ani naani
leero tulonda Balimwezo Kizito mayors
ngamba ebifo
tuli ku Lugumba
ne tulonda Lord Mayor ne tulonda ne woman MP era naye Lord Councillors
tulonda woman councillor Lord Mayor tulonda Lord Mayor ne ba councillor abe
yes sir
kale
betulina okulonda leero
tweyanziza. Those are agents of different candidates here at this particular polling station, and we also managed to talk to the presiding officer. They are in the middle of the road, just as you can see. I'm standing also in the middle of the road to see that they vote here. So probably we shall pass by later in the evening, and as they will be counting, maybe if we had the chance to see their first voter casting their ballot. But I think they are still busy in the preparations to open officially. Opening fully, but at least if we had the chance to see their first voter casting their ballot, although I think it will take some of our time, let us go and give you more other updates at other polling stations. We thank you so much for watching. This is how the day is going to be. We'll give you a coverage of the whole process here in Kampala with the team that I'm moving with, but we have other teams in other districts that will also keep information flowing in and updates as per elections where they will be. Remember, in other districts is LC5 chairmen and their councillors. In Kampala and other cities, it is the Lord Mayor and mayors and their councillors. So that is how it's going to be moving. We thank you so much for watching. Let me hand you back to Joan Murungi on air at Broadcast House. Back to you, Joan.
Before you go, Jordan, I would love to know from the EC officials you have spoken to.
Yes, Joan.
I would love to know from the EC officials you have spoken to, have the voters been guided on the changes of the polling station? Because I'm imagining scenes of them going to the previous polling station and there is no voting that is going on right now.
Where we are standing, there is no need for guidance. Why? If my cameraman can show you, just on my right here, like 5, 7, 10 meters, that is where the polling station had to be.
Okay.
With the rejection or the kind of barring by the owner of the piece of land, the Electoral Commission knew no one would stop them from using the middle of the road. So when you come to go to the other piece of land, you will just see the polling station. So you just cross over and vote here and go home.
Well, Jordan,
actually, according to what we gather, even during the presidential candidates, presidential elections, they voted here in the road.
Jordan, what has been your assessment of security? One of the agents you talked to talked about heavy deployment. In your footage, I've not yet seen that, but you've been on ground and you're on ground. What has been your assessment of the security deployment in that particular area?
Yeah, she was talking about the inside areas. She stays in Katanga. But before we go to that, I want my cameraman to show you the first voter at this polling station. Yeah, he's there casting. Have you seen him? That is the first voter. As I explained, back to your answer to your question, Chirabo.
Yes, my question was your assessment of the security, not only at the polling station.
The lady was talking about deployments in the areas where they stay, that there are deployments and patrols of police in Katanga. So she says some people got scared in there and others are waiting for maybe time when the deployments will be a little less, so that they cross over from their houses to come and vote. So maybe those people there are worried of what could be the situation this side. I think they will get feedback from those that have come to vote in order to know what the situation is like at the polling station, and they will be able to come and vote. But here at the polling station, there are those police constables that are supposed to man security, law and order here at the polling station. Here, they are around. You can see. If my cameraman can show you some police officers that are manning order and ensuring that there is order here at the polling stations.
Okay.
Every polling station has 2 or 3 who are just, if he can show you just on the line behind me, the line behind me has a police officer, if you can see him.
True.
Yes, on your screen.
Yes.
So that is the security at the polling stations. It is not that too much. The lady was talking about deployments in the settlements around Kampala, because she was talking about her area of home, and that is Katanga.
Thank you so much, Michael Jordan Lokomwa there in Makerere. And of course, elections are still going on, but we are going to take a quick break. Do not forget to sip on your coffee. We are proudly brought to you by the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. Good morning, UG Pause here on UBC.
When you want to relax your body and refresh your mind, welcome to Hotel La Confidential, Aroa's premier destination for luxury and comfort. The only hotel in Aroa City offering a serene atmosphere, breathtaking scenery. Come and discover our exclusive wellness club with packages that include a fully equipped gym, a rejuvenating sauna, steam bath, and a great sky blue swimming pool. For events, our state-of-art conference hall halls and versatile event spaces are perfect for hosting shows, wedding receptions, birthdays, and more. Come and enjoy our cinema hall and unisex saloon, all designed to meet your entertainment and grooming needs. Bring your family and let your kids splash around in our beautiful kids water park. We are located on Arua Pakwachi Highway in the heart of Arua City. Don't wait. Visit us on www.hotelconfidential.com or call us on 0761 688 181.
NRM Liberation Day is celebrated every year on 26th January. It marks the historic day in 1986 when the National Resistance Movement, NRA-NRM, led by Yoweri Museveni, seized power after a 5-year guerrilla war, overthrowing the previous government. The day is a significant milestone in Uganda's modern history, commemorating the country's journey towards stability and self-determination. On Monday, 26 January 2026, under the theme, Tribute to the Patriots Who Ushered in a Fundamental Change, the nationwide ceremonies and military parades reflecting the NRM's emphasis on unity and development will take place at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds. Join us for the live broadcast as we shall relay the activities of the day on UBC TV.
Exercise can't be sustained. Eating can't be stopped. It's even harder to lose weight. Come and give it a try. Ginshikang L-carnitine chromium capsules, plant extract, scientific ratio, take 3 capsules each time. The active ingredient accelerates fat burning, eat twice a day, don't take a detour. Weight loss starts now. Ginshikang L-carnitine with chromium capsules helps you stay in shape. Please follow medical advice when taking this product. For more information, visit our website www.hgo.com or call 0800 335555.
In a nation hungry for truth, a world where every story matters, there exists a beacon of trust and reliability. For decades, they've been our voice and our window to the world, holding the mirror of our history. With 4 TV stations and 11 radio channels spanning 27 languages, they stand as guardians of information, defenders of truth. With Maskari Heritage Advantage, they uphold every citizen's right to reliable and free information. Their archived stories shaped our past and illuminate our present. Yet now, as new challenges arise and the world evolves,
Good morning, Uganda. The interest on many of your hearts is the fact that you are indeed interested in knowing who the next mayor of Kampala is. But it's also imperative that you know that you need to understand who your next mayor is for your city, for your area. And that is why we are here as UBC TV. Welcome back from that coverage with Joan and Robert, of course, alongside all other reporters. Robert Onyango, who was in Bugolobi, alongside Jordan, who was in Makerere. A very interesting polling station that was in the middle, is in the middle of the road, and a very interesting coverage that came through from there. Right now, I'm heading over to Kasese with Mutambali Moses, who is on ground and over the phone to give us an update of what's going on. Mutambali, good morning.
Yes, good morning, Julie.
Indeed, so pleasure to hear from you and for you to speak with us. Give us an update of what's going on ground. Paint us a picture from where we cannot see.
Well, thank you very much. Indeed, this is the day where many people have been waiting, much especially to see how they choose their representatives at the district level, Catalan. And this morning, I so happened to attend where at the police station where the incumbent LSP5 chairperson as far as Muhindi started his vote from. And that was in Muhumuza village, Muhumuza parish, Muhumuza sub-county. And generally, when you look at the exercise, is moving on well. The weather itself is cool. There's no any place that has experienced rain that could limit people to go and cast their vote. And let me give us to our viewers to hear from the NRM candidate that is the incumbent, Baz Muhindi, who is with us right now. Chairperson, you are welcome on UBTJ. What is your observation in this election? How have you seen the situation so far this morning?
Thank you so much. This is Muhindi, the congressman, this is Chairperson Kasese, and the Plaza Bearer for NRM, the incumbent. I'm glad to inform you, the viewers and the listeners, that the elections in Kasese are going on peacefully. My own observation is that I can see people very anxious to see that we get their leaders. Where we voted from, I was number 1, and we had the people following me up, and actually I became all the polling agents for the village candidates. They are seated, and they were also working, but the right now, as far as I see, we have passed other areas, and I have seen people lining up, getting ready to go to their leaders. I am so optimistic that at the end of the day, we shall have peaceful elections, and the declared results will be accepted by everyone. All the people are in the mood of electing their leaders.
All right.
For example, we have seen some polling stations, the turnout is still low. Why do you think this, what could have caused this? Aware that this is a season where people are preparing to see their children going back to school, they are still having some activities we are doing. Because we know elections are beginning at 7 and end at 4. So between 11 and 2 o'clock, they will be overwhelmed by the numbers. I trust the people of Kasese. That has been the practice.
All right, Mutabali, if I could speak to the LC5 chair who has just cast his vote, I have a question for him. Does he think that the people he has been leading over the years and he's contesting to go back into that particular position, does he think that they understand the role of local leaders according to his estimate and experience over the years?
I have heard the question so much, Judy, but one thing I wanted to bring to your attention, the experience I have, like I have already said, people, when they get leaders who are development-oriented and are ready to implement government programs to oversee the implementation by the teaching officers, and people see results, like for my case, I found then the district was being assessed poorly. Out of the 176 local governments in Uganda, the position was, they were all of the 146. But during my time of office, was the 10, I indicated that I am really a leader who can spearhead the development. And therefore, people are more than ready. They even gave me a name, meaning that a hard-working person who is development-oriented.
All right, thank you very much, sir, and we are wishing you the best in today's election.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right, Mutabali.
Yes, please.
As the environment stands right now, what is the security deployment looking like right now?
Well, the security situation here in Kasese, the deployment, you can see the police patrols are moving on quietly. We have not registered any chaos at any polling station. This could mean that we are likely to have a peaceful election as what we saw in the last parliamentary election. We are likely to also experience the same here.
All right, thank you very much. And I've heard you talk about the low voter turnout, but just paint a picture. Can you count on your fingertips the number of people who have so far voted since you got to that polling station, or is it a bit moderate?
Well, I can assure you that indeed the turnout is still low, because where the LOC5 chairperson, the incumbent, voted from, I counted like less than 30 voters had already turned up, and that was at around 8 exactly. So you look at the low turnout is really, we are trying to experience it, we are trying to see that there is low turnout in these elections. And maybe, as you have heard from the chairperson LOC5, anything may happen. People may impress the exercise maybe during the daytime.
All right. Have you got a chance to speak to the electorate, those who are turning up to vote, or even the polling assistants and presiding officers? What are they saying? What is their perspective? What is their experience?
Well, I haven't talked to them, but I think as the exercise goes on, we shall be giving the viewers about that, what the officials from the Electoral Commission are saying. But so far, I can tell you the turnout so far is not promising.
All right, and with the turn-up so far, what's the age bracket? What are you seeing? Are they younger people? Are they older people? Are there any elites in there?
No, the age bracket is between 20 to 35. That's what I can, 20 to 35 to 40, around there. I haven't seen an old person yet going at any polling station.
All right, I think that's quite encouraging that young people are involved in this election.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mutabali Moses, who is in Kasese. We'll definitely be getting back to you to give us more of an update on what's taking place in Kasese as they vote for their local government leaders. But updates coming in are that Parliament's Committee on Appointments, chaired by Speaker Anita Among, is currently vetting the Honorable Justice Flavian Zeja, who has been nominated by President Museveni for appointment as Chief Justice. Now, you'd wonder who Flavian Zeja is. He is a Ugandan lawyer, academic, and former judge of the High Court of Uganda, and has doubled as the country's principal judge effective 25th December 2019 until his appointment as Deputy Chief Justice of the Supreme Court on 7th February 2025 in this country, Uganda. A bit of a background about his education. First and foremost, born in Uganda, 18th February. He's celebrating his birthday just next month. Born in the year 1969. The schools he attended, St. Mary's College, Rushoroza, for secondary education, where he served as the head prefect. And in 1993, he was admitted to Makerere University, the oldest and largest public university in Uganda. Graduated there with a Bachelor of Laws degree in 1996. And the following year, he obtained a postgraduate diploma in legal practice from the Law Development Center. Now, in 1999, he returned to Makerere University and was admitted to master's program in law, and he graduated with a master's program with a master's degree in 2002, and his degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Law was awarded by the University of Dar es Salaam, and that is in the year 2013. We'll definitely now delve deeper into his profile, work experience, judicial career, notable judgments as time goes by. But for now, as we speak, the congratulatory messages are indeed almost flying in for Flavian Zeja, who is being vetted by the Parliament. UBC goes to the polls 2026 today, the 22nd day of January 2026. Ugandans are voting for their local government leaders. Some of the things to look into when it comes to local government leadership or election at that, before even the leadership comes into place, you might want to think of the fact if citizens are interested or motivated or even well informed about these elections, but also voter turnout, as you've rightfully heard, right from Bugolobi to Makerere, now to Kasese, the voter turnout is so far low, but also looking into first-time voters who are definitely getting their election experience first with presidential elections and members of parliament, but today being their first time to vote for their local government leaders. One would want to see what their experience is like, but also looking at voter awareness. Do people understand the roles of the local government leaders, or it's just something that is so faint and so far-fetched? But also looking at as to whether they're excited about this. But the low voter turnout and excitement could also be attributed to the fact that this day is not a public holiday. When we look at the parliamentary elections and presidential elections, 2 days were given for a public holiday for Ugandans to enable them to experience this exercise. All other election exercises or voting exercises to take place are not those that have been awarded public holidays. Little wonder many Ugandans might not even get the time to go cast their votes, as people have to go in town as early as possible. Now, the time to go back to their polling stations is one thing another, except for those in Kampala. You best believe that many of those who vote from Kampala actually work from within Kampala, so that makes it easier for them to cast their vote and exercise their right. But looking at even the reasons as to why those who vote, one would wonder, do those who vote because they have issues that they believe can be dealt with by a particular candidate A, or are they voting out of excitement or out of a wave? As the LC5 chairperson of Bugolobi said, that people make sure that you go vote because someone is able to deliver. Vote based on service delivery, not based on a wave. But one would wonder, what is the voting nature of those who are casting their votes this particular morning? And also, of course, there's the conversation of the incumbents versus the new contenders, and one that has a light shed on it and everyone is waiting is that of the mayoral seat of Kampala. Incumbent versus new contenders. Which new contenders, by the way? The new contender, newest contender in the political arena, perhaps maybe could be Beatrice Mao, but the other contender, who is the chief competitor of the current Lord Mayor, is Honorable Balimwezo, who has been in the political field for quite some time already and is a strong brand and one that is giving him a run for his money. But as we look at those who are voting, their nature, the way they vote, let's also look at age brackets, the youth versus the old. Excuse me. Looking at the youth versus the old, as we've seen in Kasese, or as we've heard in Kasese, Mutambali has just shared a perspective that in Kasese, so far between 20 to 35 or maybe 40-year-olds have actually turned up so far. And where Robert Onyango was in Bugolobi, the perspective there was so far the older are being more aggressive in turning up to vote more than the younger ones. Now, you would wonder how this is turning out. Keep in mind that Uganda is largely filled with a young population. But also, let's look at the issue of independent candidates versus party-aligned candidates. How is it playing out in this particular election for this year, 2026? As it is, yesterday we learned from Mr. Semakula, who is the president, country president of the Mayor's Initiative. He educated us that at this level of elections, parties are not as important. Political parties are not as important, but rather merit, someone's ability is most important, because these issues, it's regarding service delivery. UBC UG polls 2026.
use the voters register. The Electoral Commission has clarified that voters will use the voters register instead of the biometric voter verification kits in this Thursday's mayor and district chairperson elections. In an exclusive interview with UBC, Electoral Commission spokesperson Julius Muchunguzi outlined the preparations for Thursday's Kampala Lord mayoral race.
These are very, very critical elective positions because local government level leadership is very important, because it is at the local government level that the policies, the plans that are passed at the cabinet level, that come from parliament, find their actualization in terms of service delivery and implementation of government programs. And
similar to the most recent elections, Muchunguzi confirmed that electorates will use the voters register.
Voters will be able to be checked on the register, and those that are registered voters at a particular polling station will be given the ballot papers to actualize their voter rights.
He urged the citizens to remain calm and maintain peace throughout the electoral process.
Number one, to conduct yourselves peacefully. Number two, to follow the guidelines of the Electoral Commission. Number three, not to cause any incident at the polling station that may disrupt the peaceful voting. Number four, not to participate in any violent acts that can intimidate voters from going out to vote for their leaders.
Contenders in the race include Arias Lukwago of the People's Front for Freedom, the incumbent seeking another term. Others are Ronald Balimwezi of the National Unity Platform, Moses Kizito Nsubuga of NRM, Beatrice Nambimao of the Democratic Party, also running on unity and grassroots change, Ibrahim Biriba Wakasozi of FDC, and Nabila Nagai Sempala running as an independent, among others.
We have quite a number of power centers, but we need to work as a system for the benefit of the people in Kampala. I was able to work well under the leadership of the Lord Mayor as mayor, and I scooped those international awards. Why can't he, or why can't anyone learn to work with other people? We have been losing 8 billion every year because of the infights in KCCA.
I have to think of land use and markets. I don't know who was given the license to build these boring markets. We need to build markets that are vibrant and better access. People can't access those markets. That's why you're seeing these hawkers on the streets, because they are bringing the goods closer to the customer. So we really need to change our city. Our city is so beautiful, better culture, better everything. We need to make these markets more vibrant.
The number of projections, the previous one wasn't implemented well, largely on account of want of adequate funding. We are starved of funding. Our projection was that by 2025, government would have remitted like 10.3 trillion Uganda shillings. Unfortunately, by close of the planning period, 5 years, they had only remitted 28%. So that's why our performance was below.
Several candidates pledged to prioritize the welfare of Kampala residents while working to modernize the city and enhance its livability.
The responsibility of the Lord Mayor to plan, strategize, and make policies for those people, all the people, the rich, the poor, the informal sector in Kampala. The person in charge for making strategies for them is the Lord Mayor. So that office is very big to strategize, to make policies, to help the people come from the poverty they are in. The unfortunate bit, we have seen no big strides made.
The issue of waste management is very important because, number one, it affects our environment. You saw yesterday too many buveras everywhere. That is not good. That is not right. And number two, I saw the city council, city people picking that garbage using their own hands, and it breaks my heart. there are certain basics, and there are things I know that those I can even deliver in my first 100 days.
One key area which also need serious intervention, solid waste management. It has been enigmatic, it has really baffled us, and it has bothered us for a very, very long time. Yet, we don't need to reinvent new wheels, because many cities have taken the journey we were embarking on of entering into a circular economy, whereby we have all this solid waste recycled. Kampala generates 2,500 tons of garbage every day, and the studies conducted indicate that we can generate 60 megawatts of electricity from this garbage, which can go into the national grid. Problem has been these obnoxious policies by government, whereby they wanted to purchase.
Good morning, Uganda. That was a recap of what the different candidates for Kampala's seat for Lord Mayor have in regards to perspective and what they plan to do for the city, and of course what they envision is not done and they need to implement. UBC UG polls 2026. We bring you the updates as today local government leaders are being elected. Now over the phone with me is Muhammad Yiga, who is in Mbale City. Muhammad, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Very well, thank you. How is Mbale City?
Mbale City, we are progressing well. The city is lively and elections are going on smoothly, I may say. Yeah, with some, we have traversed some areas where electoral exercise is taking place. And currently I'm in Mbale City Center with some contestants around on mayoral seat. We have around 10 contestants that include, among others, the incumbent Mayor Kasimu Namugali Wamatabu, and then now there is Kasajja Muhammad, who has been the Speaker of Industrial City Division, and then we have also Mansa Musa on FDC ticket, rather on NUP ticket. He's the flag bearer for NUP, and then we have Vincent Magombe, who is carrying the NRM flag, and then we have Joyce Kiduru, the only female contestant among the 10 that is in Mbale City. When we go to Mbale District, we have Tone Wamagale on independent ticket, and then we have Muhammad Mafari, the incumbent LC5 chairman for Mbale District. And then we move to Butevo. We have Samuel Kedi holding the flag for NRM, and then we have Okurutu James, the incumbent district chairperson, who came on independent ticket. In Kibuku, we have Nakeba also there, but in Budaka, we have two contestants. We have the incumbent, Emmanuel Paja, who is contesting with NRM flag bearer Anthony Kateu. That is where the big competition is between Kateu Anthony and Emmanuel Paja. Though there are others, but a stiff competition is among those two contestants.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Yiga Muhammad. Allow us also communicate in Luganda for those who indeed speak the dialects. Tusaba otubulireko mu Mbale mu bifo byewakagendamu ba candidate kibe walabyeko nga bazze okulonda.
Generally tubadde tu focus ebadde nnyo ku incumbent Mr. Kasimu Namugali Wamatabu atubulidde nti agenda kulondera Busaamaga mu kitundu kye Waasula, naye tutuuseewo ate ne batugamba nti tannaba kwetegeka akate konna bajja tuwulira essaawa z'anaalonda, naye ng'oyo ali ku tiketi ya FDC yaliko naye ng'ate waliwo munne omulala avuganya ku tiketi ya NRM bamuyita Vincent Magombe okono kwogatta Muhammad Kasajja oyo avuganya nga independent naye ng'ono abadde speaker owa Industrial City Division mulimu n'omukyala akiise yekka bamuyita Joyce Matuuka Kidulu ono yavuganyako ne mu 2021 naye yali ku Industrial City Division Mayor kati naye ku mulundi guno yasazeewo najja mu lwokaano olw'amaanyi kakati nno waliwo n'abalala mukulu Mansa Musa Haji Mansa Musa avuganya ku tiketi ya NUP oyo naye waali awo kati bwe tugendako mu Mbale district tuyina Muhammad Mafaabi ono ye chairman abaddeko ng'avuganya n'omukulu Anthony Wamagale oba Tone Wamagale naye nga mu district ey'e Budaka waliwo abantu babiri bangi balinga bana naye okuvuganya okw'amaanyi kuli wakati wa Anthony Katewu ono yalina flaga ya NRM ng'ogatta n'omukulu aliko kati Emmanuel Pajja yabadde district chairperson owa Budaka mu district ey'e Butebo waliwo James Okurut ye yajjanga independent naye nga ye chairman abaddeko kakati ne tubeerawo n'omukulu Kedi Samuel ye yakwata flaga eya NRM mu district ey'Ekibuku naye okulonda kugenda mu maaso abatuuze batandise dda okulaba nti buli kimu oba oliawo basuula akalulu kaabwe ku mulundi guno okulonda kwa kimpowooze ndowooza abantu lwakuba babadde nga baakava mu kalulu ka pulezidenti era abalonzi bajja mu soole abasinga bali ku mirimu gyabwe nga bulijjo bakakkalabya era ku polling centers zetusinza okutuukako okulonda kutono abantu abatwala ebyokulonda bagga nti abantu bajja mpolampola ndowooza banajja kusawa nga 6 awo bwe bityo bwe bifaanana wano mu kibuga Mbale district y'Embale n'ebitundu ebiriraanyeewo
abalonzi balaga ku ssuubi nti banaamala bagende balonde oba tebabiriiko bwa ddala
waliwo betwogeddeko nabo abali mu maduuka gaabwe n'ebirala abamu batugambye nti baatwala obudde bungi nnyo ku mulundi guli yalina public holiday abamu bagambye nti tebetwalonda si bwe baalangirira naye abamu bagambye nti bwe tunaaba tusobodde tunaagenda eyo ye observation gye twakakola era ye response eri mu bamu si bonna abamu bagambye nti waaye kamala okolayo kasente emisanga 6 awo ŋŋende abamu batagezinga kulonda mu biseera ebyamalya g'ebyemisana
bw'otunuulira emyaka egyakalonda ku be waakalabako nga balonda olaba nga abantu bakulu bali mu myaka gy'aba senior citizens oba bavubuka mu myaka egyo
no okutwaliza wamu abantu abakulu ate be bajjumbidde ku mulundi guno wadde nga luli abavubuka bakyenyigiramu nnyo kubanze waliwo ne wendabye polling center emu bayiwe nga kuliko nga bakayuza obukonge nga 16 naye ng'era olaba abantu abalonze bakulukulu mu myaka oli abavubuka basinga obungi waliwo betwogeddeko ne baga ffe tukeera kuyiriba luli twafiirwa ssente nnyingi n'ebirala ebiringa ebyo
bw'obuulirizaako ku ground naddala abavubuka bategeera omugaso gw'abakulembeze b'omu bitundu byabwe bye balonda
ku mulundi guno balabika nti baafunye okumanyisibwa olw'ensonga wali babadde balonda akalulu ka MP n'aka pulezidenti bangi baagamba nti twagala tulonde ekibuga infact abamu baagamba twagala tulonde NRM ekibuga kino nakyo ekibadde emabega tulabe nga be tunaatwalayo banaasobola otulobingira kubanga luli waliwo endowooza nti babadde basuula nnyo abantu ba NRM yensonga lwaki ekibuga tekifunye kubeera nti kikulaakulana ng'abakiiseeyo babadde tebatuuka butereevu ku ntebe ennene oba ku lujjuliro waliwo basobola okulobingira enkulaakulana y'ekibuga naye ku mulundi guno abantu bangi baagamba nti katulonde abanaatusakira owulidde era n'abantu balina ddala abaana ba geto baadde tebalonda naye ku mulundi guno bonna beekozeemu omulimu era mu kulonda ne balonda abakiise be balowooza ti be banaasitula omutindo gw'ekibuga Mbale
naye abaana ba geto kati ku luno ate tebavuddeyo kulonda nekyewuunyisa
ndabyewo obunafu ndowooza abantu bano abeesembeyo bakubwa meeya tebettanira nnyo sectors ng'ezo naye bano abaadde kubwa MP basoosowaza nnyo abaana abo abageto era mu bitundu nga Namataala ebitundu nga Bukasaca ebitundu Mooni ebyo birimu ezigotta ababaka abo abaali bagala ekya MP baatuukangayo ne balya nabo ne banyumya nabo naye bano bameeya bano tebatambudde nnyo bw'ogeraageranya ne ba MP nga bwe baakola
bw'obabuuza mu mbeera zaabwe nti lwaki balonda abantu ab'enjawulo okusinga owulira ki balonda pate oba balonda kibiina kya muntu oba balonda busobozi bwa muntu
okutwaliza wamu ku mulundi guno baalabise nga bo bagamba nti baagala kulonda abantu abanaabatuukako mu ghetto n'ebitundu byabwe bikyuke nabo bafune ekyokukola ekyenkomeredde obajjukira nti ku mulundi guno baate bakola buntuntu obwajja wakaali obutaaba ewonca mu bufunze nga bakola ya leero naye bakwatagana n'abatukulembeze abo ne bagaa nti katulonde abantu abanaakyusa obulamu bwaffe n'ekibuga nga bwe kifaanana.
tusiigiremu ku kifaananyi ku obudde we bwakedde mu Mbale ebyokulondesebwa byatuuse mangu mu budde mu bifo by'okulonda oba byaluddewo
akawungeezi twayogeddeko n'abakulu abatwala ebyokulonda wano ku ofiisi yaabwe eya region era ne batugamba omukyala Hajjatara Nabukeera n'atugamba nti ebintu byonna birise era bitandise okutambuzibwa kumpi ssaawa nga 11 okugenda mu bifo abalonzi gye balina okubeera nga ate basisinkana balonde naye kati lwakuba nti ebintu byatuuseyo mu budde naye ng'abalonzi bo bajja ku beesi yaabwe.
Kale tweyanziza nnyo ssebo Muhammad Yiga okuva e Mbale tujja kuba tukuddira okweyongera okutusigira ekifaananyi ekiri sides eyo.
Kale nyabo.
All right, that has been Muhammad Yiga. He's coming from Mbale and he's been painting a picture for us of as to what it's like in Mbale city. So far, voter turnout, as is every other place, is still low. And he has mentioned that many people are either not interested in really going to vote, or they are looking forward to voting later on in the middle of the day. Now, for those who are not exactly interested, they cite reasons such as the fact that it took a lot of time for them to eventually cast their vote during the presidential and parliamentary election. And the good thing at that time, it was a public holiday. But this time around, they have to work, so they cannot waste their time at the polling stations. And of course, for others, it's because they feel the people they voted for are not the people who were announced eventually by the Electoral Commission. So that discontent there stops them from going on to vote. But he also painted a picture of the ghetto youth and what they think about these elections today. Many of them voted for presidency and members of parliament. But when it comes to this particular vote, they are 50-50. They might not go, but many of them stated that they have to wake up early to go work. That's why they are not yet there at their polling stations. But he also painted a picture of the different areas in Mbale that have elections going on and who is contesting and who has a stronger power against the other. Many perspectives coming through here on UBC UG Polls 2026 as we bring you what is happening from the different polling stations across the country. So far, we've had from Bugolobi, we've had from Makerere. The highlight from Makerere is the fact that the polling station is in the middle of the road. And this is because the would-be polling station, the owner of the land refused, I think, at the last minute. So the quickest decision to be made was to plant that polling station or those polling stations in the middle of the road. So if you're using the route or you're planning to use the route of Makerere, that stretch into Wandegea, City Oil area into Wandegea, that whole stretch up to about, maybe from what I could see on the footage, up to about the intersection, the traffic light intersection, it's closed off around that area because it's now a polling station. But digging deeper into the issues that or angles that we are looking at for this particular election today, we looked at independent candidates versus party-aligned candidates. Muhammad there told us that in Mbale, people are looking forward to people who can access them. It does not matter what party you are, but as long as you can reach them, engage with them, commune and fellowship with them so that you eventually take their issues to those who are supposed to give service delivery, and these particular leaders making sure that these services are delivered. But let's look at some of those who have been active community members, eventually getting into the place of service. I believe you're now identifying with a few in your area who have been community activists. getting into the place of leadership, but also looking at timelines of voting materials for many areas. It's different experiences. For some, the voting material, so far with what we've had, Bugolobi, Makerere, Mbale, Kasese, voting material was there on time. For other polling stations, it took a while before it got there on time. And for other polling stations, voting material was on time. The voters took their time to get to the polling stations. So, you know, you can see that the play of experience is quite different and unique for each and equal in measure. But we can also look at the transparency at polling stations. We've seen some of the presiding officers making mention of the fact that the polling exercise has to start when at least 10 voters are at a polling station. And for some polling stations, they took long before they started their voting exercise because voters had not appeared up to about 8 a.m. or even 9 a.m. So that indeed begs the issue of transparency, or focuses on the issue of transparency. But we've seen also in some areas like Bugolobi where the agents were satisfied, they came on time and they witnessed everything as it started and were satisfied with the process thus far. But looking at also cases of intimidation, have we heard of any? Not yet. Bribery, malpractice, at least not yet. Yet the truth of the matter is we still have our cameras on ground to make sure that we bring you every update as it comes. And speaking of updates, in case you missed it and you have not got wind of it, Mwanga Chivumbi was arrested. Joan and Robert did have a conversation with Afande, the spokesperson of police, to speak into the matter. He was yet to have the full detail of that story, but he confirmed that Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi indeed was arrested and is in police custody as we speak right now. Now, in a few, we're about to get to Entebbe to speak with Sula Kagugube to give us an update of what Entebbe looks like. And in just a few, in fact, right now, Sula, good morning.
Yes, good morning, my sister.
Very well, thank you. So good to hear from you. How is Entebbe?
Entebbe okutwalira wamu.
Yes, Ebo.
Okwawukanako n'akalulu k'aba president n'abaka ba parliament. Okulonda kuno oyinza okugamba nti bannantebe tebakujjumbidde. Newankubadde nga olunaku olwaliiro municipali y'Entebbe tutunuulidde nnyo okulonda ssentebe wa LC5 wa district y'e Wakiso. District y'e Wakiso eyo tukimanyi bulungi nti ekulembeddwa Dr. Matya Lwanga emyaka 15. Naye nga ku mulundi guno obaoliawo yita yasazeewo okukomawo, era tukitegeddeko tukimanyi bulungi nti yavuganyiza mu kalulu kabaka wa parliament akawedde. Luno nga yavuganya ku bannamunigina oluvannyuma lw'okumibwa kaadi ya National Unity Platform ekibiina kwe yali yajjidde. So bw'oba oliawo engineer Ian Cheyune yakwatidde ekibiina kya NRM flaga ya lunaku olwaliiro okuvuganya ku kifo kya LC5 Wakiso. Ate nga mu balala tulinamu Nakafeero Flavia ng'ono ajjidde ku kibiina kya Democratic Front. Be bantu basatu bali mu kuvuganya ku kifo kya LC5 owa district y'e Wakiso. Kati eno nga Entebbe municipality tusinze kutunulira nnyo ekifo ekyo saako ne bakansala abakiika obutereevu ku district y'e Wakiso. Kino tukimanyi bulungi nti Entebbe municipality tulinamu divisions 2. Tulinamu division A ne division B. Ku bakansala of course buli division etwala bakansala babiri omuli abakyala saako n'abaami babiri. So nga olunaku olwaleero okuvuganya okw'amaanyi kuli wakati wa Sherika Lyebala nga yakwatidde ekibiina kya NRM Bendera saako ne Aloyo Daisy ono nga yakwatidde ekibiina kya National Unity Platform mu bakyala. So mu baami tulinamu Kafeero Ronald saako n'abalala bavuganya ng'ate bo bajjidde ku bifo byanjawulo saako n'abo abaliwo okuwana munigina. Naye nga kyenyiza okugamba okutwalira wamu mu kiseera kino ndi ku polling station eya Bugonga. Eno mu kiseera kino meya w'Entebbe Fabrice Olinda wali mu kulondera akalulu ke, naye nga bw'otunula side ne side tewali mulonzi yadde. Baliwo bw'oba obaze ku polling station enamba oyinza okulabawo abalonzi nga basatu. Ku mulundi guno ekinyinza okugamba nti n'ebyokwerinda tewaliwo mbeera yonna, tewaliwo byakwerinda gw'olaba ng'oggyeko abasirikale abakwatagana n'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda. Embeera nzikakkamu buli muntu bw'oba oli awo ali ku mirimu gy'akola ng'oggyeko ate nga bwe gwali mu kalulu k'ababaka ba paalamenti ssaako ne ba pulezidenti. Abantu bali ku mirimu gyabwe, abalonzi bo mu munisipaali y'Entebbe bw'oba oli awo akalulu kano tebakajjumbidde. Of course kyekyenkomeredde katulinde tulabe obudde nga bunaatambula bw'oba oli awo engeri gye bukyali obw'okumakya, naye nga bo abakakiiko k'ebyokulonda enteekateeka nnungi nnyo, buli kimu kyateereddwawo era ng'omulonzi atuuka akebera mu aligesta okulaba oba erinnya lye mweriri. Mwanyinazo bino ebisingako of course omulabi waffe tujja kuba tumutuusaako embeera nga bw'eneetambula.
Yesula, mbadde nsaba kubuuza.
Ennyabo.
Embeera eri ku ground mu b'otambuddemu bw'oyogedde nabo yadde batono ab'akalonda basuubira bw'oyogedde nabo abatonotono basuubira okulonda mu maaso mu biseera by'envannyuma?
Abatonotono bagamba basuubira okujja mu maaso kaawo olw'okuba lwaki kiri bwe kityo nti baatya nnyo ku mulundi guno sabbiiti yewedde abeetaba mu kalulu k'ababaka ba paalamenti ne ba pulezidenti bagamba baakeera nnyo ne baleka emirimu gyabwe ate ekyasinga okubeewuunyisa okutuuka mu bifo awalonderwa ab'ebyokwerinda nga tebannaba kumaliza nteekateeka zaabwe kale ne balaba nga batwala obudde bw'oba oli awo bagamba kabakiwemu kaakadde obudde gye bunaagenda bweyongereyo ndowooza banajjumbira ate ne bajja ne basuula akalulu kaabwe.
Tweyanziza nnyo ssebo katusuubire nti abantu bajja kulonda sayidi yeeyo naye naawe tukwagaliza obukuumi otuweereze bulungi.
Era mwanyinaze tukakasa bulungi nti bannayuganda bajja kujjumbira enteekateeka eno ate basobole okulonda abakulembeze baabwe beesimidde.
Mpozi n'ekirala kye ndoboozeza mu kubuuza. Engeri gye kiri nti ku kya LC5 kuliko omukyala. Mu boyogedde nabo oba be wakafuna ku ndobooza zaabwe bakiroboozaako ki omukyala okubanga ye yavuddeyo okulwanagana n'ennume ku kifo ekyo?
Bw'oba oli awo nti nga bw'olaba ekibiina kya Democratic Front kipya nnyo bw'oba oli awo bannayuganda ne bawapadde nti baali badde bafaayo nnyo olw'okuba nti mukyala ne bamusoosowaza naye ku mulundi guno ekibuuzo ekyo mwannyinaze bannawakiso batunuulidde nnyo Engineer Ian Kyeyune olw'ebirungi bw'oba oli awo bye yakolerako disitulikiti y'e Wakiso okuggyako okujjukirizaamu katono mwannyinaze. Engineer Ian Kyeyune ono ye yatandikawo disitulikiti y'e Wakiso ng'emaze okutulwa ku disitulikiti y'e Mpigi mu mwaka gwa 2000 era ono n'afugira ddala emyaka 10 okutuusa mu 2021 ate Dr. Mattia Lwanga Bwanika gye yamukola ki gye yamuwangulira akalulu ako ng'ono naye gy'afugidde ebisanja 3. So bw'oyinza okulowoozaako nti bannawakiso batunuulidde nnyo ebyo ebyakolebwa Ian Kyeyune ate n'abanga yafunye omukisa nti bw'oba oli awo mu bavuganya bw'oba oli awo oyinza okulowoozaako nti bannawakiso gwe balabyemu omuzinzi kale kino ne kiba nga kikugidde omukyalo oyo Flavia Nakafero okufuna omwaganya bw'oba oli awo n'okulowoozebwako.
Tweyanziza nnyo ssebo Sula Kagugube Entebbe. That's been our reporter from Entebbe, Sula Kagugube, and he's been giving us an update of what Entebbe looks like. Just like other areas, Entebbe also has a low voter turnout, but hopefully as the day goes by, the electorate, the voters will come up and vote. But he says many are focused on their jobs and are their stations of work rather than their stations of polling and casting their votes. He has also painted a picture of especially the LC5 chairperson seat where there are 3 candidates, one being a woman who wants to take on that mantle under the DF ticket, but he says that Engineer Ian Kyeyune so far looks like he has a lot of ground light compared to all other candidates. We'll definitely be bringing you all the updates as they come through, and of course some of the updates, unique updates away from the elections that we've seen. Parliament's Committee on Appointments chaired by Speaker Anita Among in just a few minutes behind was vetting the Honorable Justice Flavian Zeija, who has been nominated by President Museveni for appointment as the Chief Justice. But the other update that came through was Mwanga Chivumbi, the Honorable Member of Parliament, was arrested by police over the Butambala chaos elections that took place last week, where about over 7 people died, and this was confirmed by Afande Rusoke. More updates will definitely be coming through of these stories in our lunchtime bulletins. For now, Joan and Chirabo are coming back with more of the stories as they unravel. Good morning.
NRM Liberation Day is celebrated every year on 26th January. It marks the historic day in 1986 when the National Resistance Movement NRA-NRM, led by Yoweri Museveni, seized power after a 5-year guerrilla war, overthrowing the previous government. The day is a significant milestone in Uganda's modern history, commemorating the country's journey towards stability and self-determination. On Monday, 26 January 2026, under the theme, Tribute to the Patriots Who Ushered in a Fundamental Change, the nationwide ceremonies and military parades reflecting the NRM's emphasis on unity and development will take place at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds. Join us for the live broadcast as we shall relay the activities of the day on UBC TV.
Exercise can't be sustained. Eating can't be stopped. It's even harder to lose weight. Come and give it a try. Ginshikang L-carnitine chromium capsules, plant extract, scientific ratio, take 3 capsules each time. The active ingredient accelerates fat burning, eat twice a day, don't take a detour. Weight loss starts now. Ginshikang L-carnitine with chromium capsules helps you stay in shape. Please follow medical advice when taking this product. For more information, visit our website www.hgo.com or call 0800 335555.
The Senior Citizens Grant under the Social Assistance Grants for Empowerment SAGE program is Uganda's social protection flagship program, providing regular, predictable, and reliable direct income support to older persons. Since inception in 2010, the SAGE program has positively impacted beneficiaries' livelihoods, contributing to the overall national socio-economic transformation. The government of Uganda has continued to fulfill its commitment to the expansion and sustainability of the SAGE program, ensuring income security, dignity, and improved basic standard of living for older persons in all local governments across the country.
akakola kuida babita kuchini ku radio yatukobera yamatiza najo kutala kubawo ati mwekandise akasente kasoka nkafuna nagwa mukuchi enkoko edabadukulu bange erufu yokabiri tuyafuna erufu yokubiri nata mukuchi akabizi ngangulya ki kiegulya ngulya ebadukulu bange ndikole government enambi mubukebuno empeku iki akasente nganule mukuchi ekyokulya ekyabadukulu bange tikati ebintu byenfuna okuyambibwa mba nsaba gavumenti obusente bwetugwa butono bungi nga nkusaba ebe etugemereku etwongezeku tikati nze n'ebizibu nga ebyobulwaire omuntu amaiso gasibulira omugongo guliuki guluma era ebigero birima bume era n'essaawa eyo nfuna nkozesa ki eddagala eryekirugavu mpakirekola nga nsaba gavumenti ebe etwongerewo kasente ndikusiima gavumenti ebintu buyalambala nalowooza ati okutwala kambafune kuyo ki obuyambi nga tukoze ki titumusabye kyaba kirowoozo kye kya mukulu waife atutwala.
This is a message from Expanding Social Protection, ESP, implementing the program under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. ESP, better life chances for all. The Senior Citizens Grant under the Social Assistance Grants for Empowerment SAGE program is Uganda's social protection flagship program, providing regular, predictable, and reliable direct income support to older persons. Since inception in 2010, the SAGE program has positively impacted beneficiaries' livelihoods, contributing to the overall national socio-economic transformation. The government of Uganda has continued to fulfill its commitment to the expansion and sustainability of the SAGE program, ensuring income security, dignity, and improved basic standard of living for older persons in all local governments across the country.
Kigusi Agustino, kinana mukaga. Sente kyenzikozeemu nayingiza amasanyalaze. Firiji nenjigula. Kale kasente n'akalala akasigalawo nemba nga kakola ku bulamu bwange. Siŋŋaanibwa nina omulimu guno. Nga nine ne munnange bwe twali munnaye n'anfaako. Kakati nensigala nzekka. Oluvannyuma nenfuna abaana bange abo. Ne bajja okunzijanjaba. Bampe ku ssente ezo nzijanjabe nkole ne ka bizinensi nkagazi. Era gavumenti njebaza olw'akasente akasooka akampeebwa kuba kakolako bye kankolera.
This is a message from Expanding Social Protection, ESP, implementing the program under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. ESP, better life chances for all. The Senior Citizens Grant under the Social Assistance Grants for Empowerment SAGE program is Uganda's social protection flagship program, providing regular, predictable, and reliable direct income support to older persons. Since inception in 2010, the SAGE program has positively impacted beneficiaries' livelihoods, contributing to the overall national socio-economic transformation. The government of Uganda has continued to fulfill its commitment to the expansion and sustainability of the SAGE program, ensuring income security, dignity, and improved basic standard of living for older persons in all local governments across the country.
Amabara gange Nyosepiriano Kyalgonza umusomesa w'ekereziya ndi Kyegegwa Town Council Kyegegwa District kwanta katunge sente za bakayikuru hego nkabande hano baitundi musomesa nakuri natunga yoga kasente katoito ito tusaina abakora hanyuma nanyowe nagenda nayihandikisa hanyuma akasente batandika kukatwereza batandike kutwa sentezi nanyo kinacwiremu nkabanza kwiteka musirwa Rosemary natandika kwitemesa kisaka na bya Rosemary yegi ate ubuna yongire nkaba nindu mu butunda nabwo nakoraki natandika kubulima kabanza kubulima haishaho warugaho nengera na hati nabwara ishyaka buri bwagena bukunguka hanyuma ikirugiremu hatobwire bunu natandika kutunga empunu hanyi kinabona zyankonyera empunu natangiye kuyitunga nintunda ninhamwa akasente akukonyera eka yange mukazi wake hamwe n'abana bange. ekinimba ninsaba kunyongera habwokuba nyina abaana nyina omukazi kandi obu n'abaijukuru bange boona nabo baroho boona nibeetagisa ha rubaju rwange ninsiima president okubanza ayatuteekeriizeho itwe nk'abantu bakuru kandi twahaga omusoro twagurugaho twagaruka omu maka gaitu baitu nimusiima muno gavumenti eno enyakuroho eyebali okututeekaniza n'okuteekerezaaho.
This is a message from Expanding Social Protection, ESP, implementing the program under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. ESP, better life chances for all. The Senior Citizens Grant under the Social Assistance Grants for Empowerment SAGE program is Uganda's social protection flagship program, providing regular, predictable, and reliable direct income support to older persons. Since inception in 2010, the SAGE program has positively impacted beneficiaries' livelihoods, contributing to the overall national socio-economic transformation. The government of Uganda has continued to fulfill its commitment to the expansion and sustainability of the SAGE program, ensuring income security, dignity, and improved basic standard of living for older persons in all local governments across the country.
Mgombora malibu litiki kasisi nisimba gavumenti ekatuyamba muno yatuhereza akasente kaitu katukwasa twayamba abana twagura sabuni twagura embuzi baitu sente zikakia sente zibampaire nkazito mu kibanya nk'icyo mu kirozere na kasente abana nibali gavumenti ningoze garuke tuyambe netu batuongezeho akasente kataitu muno bikarukumara ya family juka bakikuruba nabwe bahaya akasimuka gavumenti ningisima muno katuyamba muno yabale tiyatukolire netu katumanyi tu abagurusi netu yataya akasente.
This is a message from Expanding Social Protection, ESP, implementing the program under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. ESP, better life chances for all.
UBC UG Post 2026, the Lord Mayor Erias Lukwago, who is the incumbent, has arrived to cast his vote. As you can see on the screen, there are a number of journalists trying to capture the moments of his arrival. And of course, Erias Lukwago is having some chats with the people present as he is going to cast his vote. He is, of course, in the presence of some other PFF leaders, that are going to accompany him, that have accompanied him as he casts his vote. There, he is trying to be verified by the Electoral Commission official who is trying to check out for his voting details. And of course, let's have Michael Jordan Lokoma to give us an update of what is transpiring there.
Okay. Yes, we thank you so much for watching UBC TV. At this point, His Worship the Lord Mayor Kampala City Salong Erias Lukwago is casting his ballot. He has just arrived at the polling station here in Wakaliga, near his residence, where he votes from, and he has just arrived with his wife. This is where he is voting, and we are giving it to you live here on UBC TV. Yes, that is him with the wife. being verified or identified by the polling officials. Then he will continue. In fact, he has picked the ballot paper after identification. He has picked his ballot paper after identification, and he's now moving to the other table where he has to do the ticking. And from the ticking, definitely he will go to cast it into the box. Just as you can see on your screen. He's followed by his wife, Mrs. Lukwago, and of course this is his residence. As you can see on the camera, there he does the ticking, and I'm sure he must have ticked himself. Yes, those are brothers and sisters in the profession from the different media houses who couldn't miss the opportunity. Yes, he has something to say here, I think. Let's get it. He goes to pick another ballot, I think, for the councillors. Remember, today the elections are for Lord Mayor in Kampala, Lord Mayor and councillors. So there is a direct councillor and councillor for women. Yes, this is a box for women councillors. He makes a choice and casts it in the box. Just keep it with us, because we expect that probably after here he'll have a word or two with the media. And the last box is for the direct councillor. To the box, to the basin to tick. Down into the box. And now Erias Lukwago is the first Lord Mayor of Kampala. Why do I say it that way? He was the first person to take office after the KCCA Act that changed Kampala from a local government to an authority, and that was in 2011 when he came into office. He was previously the Member of Parliament for Kampala Central, where he served for 5 terms, for 5 years. He served the term as Kampala Central Member of Parliament. As a word or two with us here, the media.
How has the process been?
Well, what I have to say, we are witnessing the events as they unfold. The process is still in its infancy. The day is still young. We are yet to, to tell what's going to happen in the course of the day. But so far what we have observed, there is very low turnout, extremely low. As we speak right now, it's coming to 11. And I've cross-checked with the records here. There are only 37 voters who have cast their votes here at the polling station. Of course, we have 3 polling stations here. It's a polling center. But the particular one where I vote from, 37 out of 479 registered voters. That is at that particular polling station. I've told you there are others. There is another one with the 560 and another one and so many others. But the particular one where I have voted from, only 37 by 11 out of 479. That tells you the picture of what is happening. Low voter turnout, which of course you can attribute to voter apathy, public despondence, and frustration. Many people are disillusioned with the electoral processes, considering what happened during the presidential election, the brutality that graced the whole exercise, the mayhem which is still going on as we speak today, the violence, and many people being harassed, people on tenterhooks, they're on tension. So it's a situation which is really very, very unpalatable and not at all conducive with the civic exercise of this nature. And of course also the issue of the faulty machines, the BVV kits. They also, of course, they accounted for the low voter turnout during the presidential election. And today they have totally abandoned them with no explanation. Because we thought if there was a problem at that time, a week down the road, they ought to have fixed it if it was temporary. But it would appear they are not bothered at all. And this is the neglect of duty on the part of the Electoral Commission, because they ought to have explained to the nation what went wrong with the BVV kits, what really went wrong. Was it the hardware? And the measures they were taking to fix the problems, and the assurance they would give us that by the time we come to cast our votes today, a week after that debacle, probably the problem would be fixed. But here we are. They are still using a manual register. And you've noticed one thing. One of the purposes, actually the key purpose, the primary purpose of the BVVK machines was to authenticate ballot papers. To establish indeed that these ballot papers are authentic, to scan them and authenticate them. Now, ask yourself, with the use of this man of voters register, how have they authenticated my ballot paper? They just plucked it out of the ballot book, gave it to me, cast it, and that is all. So you can't tell whether it is authentic or not, because that was the purpose of the BVV machine. So that's where we are.
Lord Mayor, you're live on NBS Television. We would like to hear from you, especially being part of this election for some good time. Is this the kind of voter turnout that has always happened, especially after a general election? It has been recorded previously to be as low. Is it the same kind of low levels that are here? But also, several areas that reporters are in have seen the BVVK work today. I would like to hear from you whether indeed you have reached out to the Electoral Commission, for instance, to ask why at the polling station where you're voting from, there's not any machine.
Well, personally, I've endeavored to ask them, but with no response at all, as to why there are no machines. First of all, I started with the issue whether they would be operational today, given the tragedy we suffered during the presidential elections up to now. And indeed, even if I had not asked, they owe the nation a duty to explain to us. So for this particular polling station, they are not there. And they were cagey on whether actually they would use the machines or not. They were not so categorical. And they were actually ambivalent, if I may borrow that word. They were just ambivalent on this, to fudge around and say probably where they are functional, they will use them, where they are not, and so on. So you cannot operate an election like that. The use of BVVK is a statutory command. Mao, as the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, assured the nation that this is an integral part of the electoral process, and it is mandatory. So if the law commands that, please do A, B, C, D, you can't do X, Y, Z. And this is where we are. So we shall demand for an explanation from the EC. We continue to demand to explain to us, to the nation, why the BVVK machines are not operational after injecting colossal sums of taxpayers' money. Second, the conspiracy theories which we find now credible, that the machines are operational, they are not fault at all. It is deliberate to declare them dysfunctional. They don't want to use them because they fear accountability. And that is one reason they don't want them used today. So as far as regards the issue of the voter turnout, in regards to the history of the electoral processes in this country, of course it has been the tradition. After the presidential elections, the hype is high. And naturally, one would understand, because the stakes at the presidential level are high compared to local governments. It is only natural that one would expect the voter turnout to vary, to be high at the presidential election and relatively low when it comes to local government elections. But unfortunately, this time around, we are making a record of the lowest voter turnout I have witnessed all my life, ever since I started participating in electoral processes, not as a candidate, but even as a voter, because I didn't start as a candidate. This is the lowest so far, unless something happens along the way. I don't want to be judgmental. Maybe a miracle may happen. But halfway the process, because if we are coming to 11 and the polling is supposed to end at 4, and you have not gotten even 30% of the voters turning up, I doubt that a miracle can happen, that within the remaining 5 hours, people are going to swarm the polling stations and cast votes. So this is going to be the lowest. It's going to be a record low turnout in the history of electoral processes in this country.
Does that then keep the election credible? Because you cite several challenges, but does the impact discredit the election, or it's one that you think can still be fair enough?
You see, there is a statement the Honorable Norbert Mao made, and we need to reflect on it critically. He did say transition in this country will not be ushered in through electoral processes. He said they will discuss the transition in rooms which matter. That was a very serious statement, indicating that the sovereign authority to determine who governs this country, how they should be governed, and to facilitate a transition in this country does not reside within the people. That's what Mao meant, that actually power lies elsewhere to determine the transition of this country. That this is just a perfunctory process, a matter of a ritual. Just go to elections, but nothing much will change. I'm speaking holistically, generally, not about local governments, but elections determining who should be governed, and actually changing the course of the political course of this country. So what is happening right now, and of course with the violence that has graced or marred the elections recently, and the tension that has been created, the mayhem we are witnessing, which explained the voter apathy and the despondence, this country is headed for the worst. I'm worried, God forbid, that we may be having our last days of elections in this country. People are likely to lose confidence and trust in electoral processes, and you may have an election coming in the future where people will say, to hell with elections. Because right now, you can tell from the mood in the country, there is a lot of voter fatigue. And just a minute, one little thing. Even the kind of fabrication of results. You've had people where results have been changed at the 11th hour. At the polling station, they announce particular results, but when they go to the tally center, it's a totally different story. These have all explained the voter apathy we are witnessing today.
Lord Mayor Olonze, process y'okulonda ebadde etya biki ebikulu by'olabye mu kulonda kwa leero?
kiyinza okuba nga bukyali ku makya era nga kikyali ale okubanya kyekigenda okubeerawo. Tukyamonitalinga ebigenda mu maaso. Of course tuwuliddeyo incidents ezimu ezikyatutawaanya. Ekigenda mu maaso awo polling stations ezimu gamba ekigenda mu maaso ku Uganda, ekigenda mu maaso awo ku Ham Stadium awo wonna awo ekifo ekyo ttiimu zange zempeerezaayo olutalo olugenda mu maaso situmanyi biddira. Waliwo ne ttiimu zetuweereza ku
Salongo Erias Lukwago there, having finished to cast his vote today. I'm very certain he must have voted for himself. And of course, he is the incumbent candidate for Lord Mayor Kampala. Previously, in 2021, he became the winner of this race with over 194,592 votes under the FDC party ticket. And of course, he displayed his ballot paper after voting, and he is seeking for his fourth term as Lord Mayor for Kampala. When he was asked about the voting process, he said, of course, he noted out a few things. The absence of the biometric voter verification machines and the extremely very low voter turnout. And he pointed out that at his polling station in Wakaliga, there are over 3 different polling stations. But to be specific, where he has voted from, out of over 479 registered voters, by 10:50 a.m., that is about 10 minutes to 11, there were only 37 people who had cast their votes out of the 479 registered voters there at just that polling station, not all the 3 polling stations. But of course, he was asked about what could have brought about the voter apathy today or the low voter turnout. He pointed out elements of violence in the recently concluded presidential and members of parliament elections, and of course, frustration by the security agencies to the voters. And also, he said voter apathy, people just decided not to vote. And the mayhem that is still going on, that is according to Salongo Erias Lukwago. Mentioned about people who are still detained that cannot still go ahead and vote. And of course, he queried the Electoral Commission if it is a week after the 15th January 2026 elections for the president and members of parliament up to date, the BVVK machines are not yet functional. If the fault was temporary, why don't we have them availed today? And of course, he noticed that at his polling station, the BVVK machine was not availed, and instead they used the manual system from the National Voters Register. And he said they would need a strong explanation from the Electoral Commission, since a lot of money was disbursed to make sure we have the BVVK kits. And he's also mentioned that it is expected the hype to go down after the major elections of the president and the members of parliament. Even in the recent years, 2021, of course, there were less voters compared to the voters who voted for the president. But he insists this time around, it is way beyond. It is 11 and there are no chances of long queues there to cast for people to cast their votes. Though he said maybe later on in the day, but if the polling stations are closing or voting ends at 4 p.m., just a few hours there, maybe if it is just a miracle and the numbers get to shoot up. And of course, he also quoted some statements from the Honorable Minister Norbert Mao about transition of power that he feels they should be scrutinized and analyzed analyzed for his case with what is happening in the political environment right now. Let's have updates from our field reporters, and coming in from Lira City, we are going to be speaking to Eddie Orua to give us what is happening there in concern with voting of the district leaders, chairpersons, councillors, and of course the mayors there. Of course, as we wait for Eddie Orua to get on the line, just to remind you a little, local government leaders play a very critical role in service delivery. For those of you who may not know the importance of the local government leaders at that structure, and they are very responsible for the urban management and local administration, making the elections central to governance at district and city levels. Now, when we look at the structure of these district administration, sorry, I was going to say the district officers, where first the district is led by the chairperson, or whom we may call the LC5, and he or she is directly elected by the people for a 5-year term. And within the decentralized local government, the structure focuses on local planning and, of course, service provision. For Kampala, the Lord Mayor there is the political leader for the city. And while there is a separate executive director concerning the handling of technical day-to-day administration and implementation of decisions, the Lord Mayor plays a critical role in having important decisions and monitoring of government projects. And of course, from there are the district, in a typical district comprising of 12 sub-counties and 1 town council. The tier structure there basically is of 5 levels, and the second one is at the county level, where we do have the LC4. But at the LC5, we do have the district chairperson and also the council, the district council, and these are concerned with making of policies and laying out strategies for the entire district. At level 4, we do, that is the county level. For the LC4 chairpersons, there is an administrative unit, and may not necessarily be a council within the district, and that is followed by the sub-county at level 3, or town council level. And that is for the lower governments in rural, that is sub-county, and the urban, that is town council areas. And of course, the parish and ward level come to LC2, comprising several villages or wards. And the ones that come last are the village stroke cell level, LC1, the lowest tier, with adult residents as members. And of course, to remind you about the mayoress currently, who is coming as an independent, Nagai Nabila came as second from the 2021 elections with 60,082. Of course, Michael Jordan Lokoma is there to give us all the other updates as they come in.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, we are here at Wakaliga, where the Lord Mayor has just his vote, retain his office as the Lord Mayor. He was sharing him. He was the Eagle advisor. Then, around 2006, he became the Kampala Central MP. From Kampala Central MP, that's when he became the Lord Mayor Kampala, where he has been in that office up to now. So does he retain the office? This is the vote that is going to decide. He says they are worried about the electoral processes in the country. He has given his reasons, both in English and Luganda. Good enough it was live. So we thank you so much for watching, and we'll get back to you at another polling station, unless you have something to ask Joan.
Of course, I mean, those areas, whenever the Lord Mayor is going to cast his vote, there is normally heavy deployment of security. Paint for us a picture of what is happening in terms of the men in uniform being so visible.
Just behind me here, I am only seeing 2 police officers. I don't know whether Jones can get you those 2 police officers behind me. There are only 2. So the deployment at the polling stations we have visited is not that high. Yes, as you can see, these are the 2 police officers here. And the deployment is not that very big like it has been, like it was during the presidential elections. Only to remind you, there are 3 polling stations here. There is 1 there, another one, and 2 in the middle of the road. And here, the road is cut off. People are voting in the middle of the road. As you can see, I'm standing in the middle of the road. There is also another road in Mengo near the hospital there, between Bulange, Mengo, and the hospital side. They are also voting in the middle of the road. I think we will pass there to show you the picture. So people should get the guidance there in as far as traffic flow is concerned.
Thank you so much, Michael Jordan. Lukoma there in Wakaliga. We shall get back to you for more updates. And yes, when you look at the political wing of the district chairpersons or the district council, a lot goes on there, as it is a legislative body that is composed of elected councillors, including representatives for the youth, people with disabilities, and also the elderly. There is also an executive committee that is led by the district chairperson who is elected with secretaries for key sectors like education, health, finance, and production. And when we get to the administrative wing, there are technocrats that help out on the daily running of the district affairs. We do have the chief administrative officer, who is the head of the civil service responsible for implementing council decisions. There within department heads, for example, the directors of health, education, finance, production, to mention, but a few, and the key functions for the district council is planning and delivering essential services that encompass health, education, water, infrastructure. So before you go to your member of parliament, begin at the grassroots, at the local leaders, at the local government. They also are responsible for raising local revenue, that is taxes, fees, licenses, and receiving a central government grant. So if you are out there and you have refused to go and vote for these local government leaders, these people are very significant in shaping the future of your areas. They also ensure democratic participation and accountability. And of course, the elections are always held for all these positions that the term lasts only 5 years. And for the policy making, the district council debates and passes resolutions through its various sector committees. And when it comes to implementation at the district level, the COW and departmental staff implement council policies, with the lower councils delivering services at their level. But when you look at Uganda, most of the district councils have almost the same challenges when it comes to administration, like funding and resources, whereby they are short-funded, and also parallel systems appointed as central government officials like RDCs sometimes operate with more influence than the elected leaders. And of course, at times there is increased centralization of the government control. Let's speak to Paul Luchamzi, coming in there with an update from Gomba. Good morning, Luchamzi.
Good morning.
Okay, please tell us what is happening over there in Gomba.
Okay, thank you so much, Joanita. Obudde buno ndi mu district ya Gomba okulonda gyekutandise ku makya g'olunaku olwaleero, wabula ku mulungi guno kyawukanako ne mu kulonda okwali okubwa pulezidenti n'ababaka ba paaliyamenti. Omulungi alaba UBC TV mukadde kano natuuse mu bifo ebironderwamu wano mu district ya Gomba, okuli mu Gomera y'e Kabulasoke, mu Gomera ya Kamitaani Kanso, Mpeja Sub-County, Osane Kifampa Sub-County. Eno ntuuse ku ssaawa zibadde 12 wabula ng'okulonda okunnaba kutandika, era nga abalondesa be bali mu bifo bayimiridde nga n'ebikozesebwa tebinnaba kutuuka. bw'oba tunuulidde disitulikiti y'eggomba abeesimbyewo mu ntebe y'obwa disitulikiti bali bana balambirira okuli Abigaba George munnakibiina kya NRM nga yakwatidde NRM bendera, kuliko Kalema Ronald akwatidde ekibiina kya NUP bendera, kosa Abdul Sem Kyabangi akwatidde ekibiina kya Democratic Front bendera, wamu ne Kadimba Fred oyo wa independent oba yeesimbye okuwana mu bibiina. Bw'otunuulira abaana bano embiranye ey'amaanyi eri wakati wa Abigaba George munnakibiina kya NRM kosa ne Kadimba Fred ali ku bwannamunigina. Okusinziira ku balonzi nga bwe baali omulundi guno mu Gomba, nnyinza okugamba nti okulonda tebakujumbidde olw'abantu abajja omusolesole nga n'otuuka ku ssaawa zino osangawo abantu 2, 3 be bali mu kukuba akalulu, ate ku polling station ezisinga obungi abalondesa batudde mu bifo ebyo ne ba agenti bakonkomaliddewo tebalaba mulunzi n'omu. Okusinziira ku bantu abamu be tutuuseeko batubuulidde nti ekibagaanye okwetaba mu kulonda kwa luno bayetaba mu kulonda naye abantu be balangirira bagamba nti abantu be balangirira si beebo be balonda nga ku mulundi guno bagambye sibaa kwetaba mu kalulu kano balangirire abo bo be basuubira nti be banaaba bayiseemu. Okusinziira ku mbeera eyo ojja kuba nyongera okutuusaako embeera endala nga ebinaatambula wano mu disitulikiti y'Egomba. Nze Lukyamuzipo.
Lukyamuze nga tonaba kubanga ogenda polling stations ezo endala z'otambuddeko kwo okulonda abantu bakyajja musoolesole oba awamu beeyongeddeko okusinziira nti tugenda kati mu ssaawa 6 ez'emisana?
Weekugambira ebigambo bino mu polling stations zentuuseeko ziri ssaawa 5 naye ebifo ebisinga bonna batuddewo butuuzi tebali abantu tebajja. Ate mu magombolola okuli Kyayi ne Maduro agali eri ku nsalo ya Mubende ne Sembabule bo baakatandika kati okulonda beebikozesebwa okutuuka ekikeerezi.
Oyina strategies zonna z'olabyeyo bakuyisaamu kizindalo ebikunga abantu okusobola okuba nga bagenda balonda abakulembeze waabwe aba local government oba tewali wadde?
Nyinza okugamba nti n'abakulembeze bennyini abeesimbyewo abaagala okukiikirira abantu nabo bennyini tebafuddeyo okunona abantu baabwe okugenda mu bifo ebironderwamu basobole okubalonda. Tewali nteekateeka yonna eriwo emanyisa abantu nti obali waliyo okulonda oba waliwo entambula, kubanga mu kulonda okwowa pulezidenti twalabako abamu ku beesimbyewo nga baataddewo entambula ezinayambako abantu okutuuka mu bifo ebironderwamu, naye tewali kyonna kyakoleddwa, tewali kumanyisibwa kwonna era ebifo ebisinga byonna byangaala. Naye mbadde tutayitamu mu bantu bagamba okulonda kwa luno baakozesa.
Lukyamuzi, ensonga ompaddemu yokka ey'okubanga nti abantu tebalonze eyo yokka gye beesigamyeko okubanga okulonda bakuvudde control nsonga be balonda tebayitamu?
Yes, ekyo kyokka kye beesigamyemu kubanga tebabuuzizza nti ko okulonda kwaleero mubadde mukumanyiiko, bategeeza nti okulonda bakumanyi mu bungi era batuwadde ebyokulabirako nga bagamba abamu balondera Mpenja, abalala balondera Kabulasoke, abagamba naye tusigadde ku mirimu gyaffe tusobole okukola emirimu gyaffe kuba okulonda bagenza okulaba nga tekukyalina nnyo makulu ku mulundi guno bwe batugenzeza.
Okay, olabyeyo ku candidate yenna eyo eyeesimbyewo ku bifo ebyo azze n'aba nga alonda akalulu ke?
Okugjako omukansala gwenna galaba agenda okukiikirira Kanoni Town Council ku disitulikiti Kayongo Kosea Kagodo yamaze okufunga akalulu ke okugjako mu ssaawa nga 6 ngenda kuba negatta ku Abdul Sem Kyabangi antegeezezza agenda kulondera wali ku polling station ye Kabulasoke akadde konna nja kuba ngendawo nsobole okumufuna naye abasigadde nasoose neejogerako ne Abigaba George akwatidde ekibiina kya NRM bendera yategeeza olwali tagenda kukuba kalulu ke tagenda kulonda nga y'omuntu wabula agenda kuteekawo strategic okulaba nga alondoola akalulu ke kaleme okubbibwa.
Lukyamuzi, ki kyategeeza candidate eyo kuba ngambye nti embiranye esinga kubeera wakati wa Abigaba George wa NRM ne Fred Kajumba ali independent, ate lwaki agamba nti tagenda kubanga yeeronda oba agenda okubanga alonda akalulu?
Omukulu ono awangalira mu ggomero y'Amaduvula naye ategeezezza nti tagenda kulonderayo, yagudde mu lukwe nga waliwo emivuyo egiyinza okukolebwa mu kalulu ke mu ggombolola y'Empenja ng'eno distance mpanvu okuva gy'alondera okutuuka mu ggombolola y'Empenja, kwe kusalawo nti obaye tagenda kulonda oba ajja okweronda asalewo alondeere eggombolola eyo okulaba nga ajjayo obuwanguzi bwe.
Luchamze nsubira Gomba eriranye ne Butambala. Embeera eryetya oluvannyuma lw'okubanga nti abantu beeyo bategedde amawulire ag'okubanga nti Honorable Muwanga Kivumbi ate akwatiddwa ab'ebyokwerinda olunaku olwaleero okusobola okubanga bamunoonyerezaako ku misango egimu.
Okusinziira nayiseeko mu ggomula y'omubulo nga siraba kwesooga disitulikiti y'e Gomba. Nensanga nga abantu abamu kubanga bw'oba otunuulidde disitulikiti y'e Butambala ebitundu 5 ku 5 abamu ba gavumenti abalala b'opposition bw'osanga abawagizi ba Muwanga Kivumbi bennyamivu olw'omuntu waabwe yakwatiddwa bagamba nti kyabadde tekyetaagisa kubanga ekisooka bamumezza akalunga ate bongedde okumunyiga biwundu bwe bamuteeka mu kkomera basabye gavumenti oba n'abakuumaddembe bongere okunoonyereza ku nsonga ezikukwatiddwa alabe nga omuntu waabwe asobole okuteebwa wabula abalala bagamba nti kibadde kimugwanidde kuba abadde abasibyeko nnyo akanyaga okuzzaako emabega.
Akanyaga katya? Akanyaga katya ng'onzizaayo emabega?
Nkuzzayo emabega akanyaga ako kendeeta nti mu biseera biri nga kampeyini zikyagenda mu maaso ez'ababaka ba paaliyamenti wabeerangayo okulwanagana wakati w'abawagizi ba Mukiibi Erias eyawangudde obubaka bwa paaliyamenti kw'ossa ne Muwanga Kivumbi ng'entabwe eva kugamba nti Muwanga Kivumbi aleeta ekibinja ky'abavubuka ne badda ne bakuba abawagizi ba